Hello, everyone. Welcome to the next block of awesome talks here at Pyjamas. My name is Jason McDonald, so I'll be guiding you along for the next few hours here. Coming up next, just a minute, we have diversity and neurodiversity, talked by Jay Miller, and he'll be around for a live Q&A afterwards, so hang out for that. And then later up in the block, we have introduction to quantum computing, and automating your posting process on Dev with Python, Bash, and GitLab. So got some cool stuff coming up here. But we're going to go ahead and jump into this talk on diversity and neurodiversity by Jay Miller. So enjoy that, and be sure to join the Discord, join the conversation over there.
Hi, I want to thank you for coming to my talk. And if you're an ally or a leader, I want to thank you for making the decision to support your fellow diverse neurodivergents. Also, if you are that diverse neurodivergent, I want to congratulate you on your diagnosis. You overcame a lot of systemic barriers, and you're probably the first person in your family to be seeking help at this time. And if not, well, I'm glad that you had a very supportive family to help you reach this point. But if you need a little bit more convincing, I want to encourage you, you're in the ranks of greatness. I can think of at least 2 princes, a duke, an EGOT winner, and 2 certified GOATs that have all received diagnoses that make them neurodiverse. A little bit about me. I'm Jay. I'm a developer advocate. My pronouns are he, him, and my diagnoses are ADHD, PTSD, and social and general anxiety. That means even though while I'm trying to remain calm and not talk too fast, I can't promise that's going to be the situation going forward. So please give me a little bit of grace and a little bit of forgiveness. I'm kind of new to this. I'm currently 32. I got diagnosed at the age of 29, which means I've known about these diagnoses for the last 3 years. At the moment, I'm not medicated for them, but that's due to complications with the medication and a continuing ongoing of other ideas and ways to cope. And as I'm telling you all of this, I'm not a mental health professional. If you're looking for a diagnosis, I'm not going to be the person to give you that. Instead, I'm just going to say you may want to consult a professional. But I should have known that I was a little neurodivergent given all of the different passions that I have. Passions like podcasting, probably an unhealthy fascination with the game Tetris, which has been linked to helping people with mental health diagnoses cope, especially those with PTSD and past traumas. A YouTube channel where I try to convince people that they can make their computers think like their own brains, as well as a weird fascination with bowling that I got from my parents. Last but not least, I want to say I'm here to help if you'd like. And if you're not ready to have this conversation just yet, then that's okay. Luckily, the conference organizers will probably keep this recording and it'll be on a YouTube channel so you can check it out later when you think the time is right. And that's kind of the reason why I wanted to do this, was to share advice and information that makes this process easier for you when you feel like it's necessary. Because one thing that I know is that privacy is important and no one needs to know your business. Trust me. I've had a lot of people try to tell me what I should do for a long period of time. However, I do want to try to convince you that it might be beneficial to let a few people know. You see, transparency has its benefits. You could actually get your company to pay for some of the things that'll help you with this diagnosis. Also, it could allow for a mindset shift in how your team does things to make the proper changes for you. As my friend Wesley mentioned, even something like a too long didn't read is enough to make a big difference when you're needing a little extra help and you're known to go down a rabbit hole or two. That said, speaking of rabbit holes, if you're new to this, you're probably going to need to slow down just a bit. You're used to operating at the pace that you're operating at, and the reasons you do that are yours. That said, now that you've been possibly hit with this bombshell of information that, hey, you weren't just crazy this whole time, or you weren't, not smart enough to do a thing, you just think differently, you might want to slow down and think about how that impacts you. And don't worry, saying no is just as important as saying yes. In fact, it's actually more important. On the screen are 5 of the greatest black baseball players, and while we might know names like Barry Bonds and Frank Thomas, also known as the Big Hurt, we might know them for their home run slugging capabilities. But what I learned was all of these players are higher on the list for their on-base percentage than their batting average. Now, you might be asking, what's the difference? A batting average is how many times you've hit the ball and successfully gotten on base. That means you had to hit the ball. It means that no one in the infield or outfield caught the ball while it was in the air, and no one was either able to tag you out or throw the ball to the base before you got there. On base percentage meant that you got on base no matter what. And the easiest way to get on base with 100% of the time it happening is to be walked, which means you didn't swing at the ball when you weren't supposed to. Good job. Now, if you're like me, you want to say yes because the more things you do, the more it validates that you're actually supposed to be here. I get it. Imposter syndrome sucks. It really does. But I've learned a few tricks to help say no, and by doing so, say yes to your mental health. For me, my favorite is the tire technique. I actually helped come up with the acronym with a friend of mine. I use words like time, intuition, resources, and energy as I'm actively making the decision of whether or not I should be doing this thing, or if I should defer to a different time or pass it on to something else. Another opportunity is to use what's called the priority matrix, or the Eisenhower method. You see, there's only one of the D's that is to actually do the thing. But you have 3 other options. You can ask someone else to do it, you can wait until you're at a better time to do it, or you could just choose to not do it at all. And in fact, it's easier to actually do that first part, passing it on to someone else, if you're not going through it by yourself. Going through it alone is much harder than if you have a friend. A lot of us being underrepresented people in tech with the resources and access to things like therapy and support groups and even online coaching for the first time in our lives have the ability now to ask for these things. But one of my personal favorites are walks and chats with people who are also neurodivergent. I have a series of people that I text throughout the day, and even some that I do co-working with virtually over Discord. And we're not really working together as much as we're body doubling, just providing a presence, knowing that someone is there with us, being supportive. We're not talking to each other, we're just working. But the fact alone is knowing, as I record this right now, they're in a Discord room right next to me in virtual space, helps me get through this. It reminds me that I have people cheering for me in my corner, and it also helps me be a help to them. Speaking of being a help to other people, let's talk about what we can do as an ally. Folks, I'm going to introduce a word to you maybe for the first time. It's called intersectionality. And for many underrepresented people, intersectionality is just a thing. Being black and queer, or being a woman in tech and neurodivergent. These are things that we have to live with. And honestly, it also means that we spend a lot of our time dealing with the issues of them. And unfortunately, we may not have the spoons to deal with both, so we choose one and ignore the other. That said, we also have the ability to gain skills like empathy for others going through the same thing that we're going through, the ability to keep ourselves on task, as well as the ability to lead others who may be going through the same issues that we had to go through just recently. So you see, intersectionality can be a force multiplier both for and against. And if you're an ally, my hope is that you'll identify the fors and you'll help support us in the against parts. But just know, even if you're ready to help, we may not be ready for your help. Don't take it personal. Prove to us that you can be trusted. Honestly, that's the biggest thing. In most of our lives, we often feel like we're tokens, which means when someone offers to help us, our first thought isn't what's in it for us, but instead, what's in it for them. In fact, like my friend Cass says, we actually withhold a lot of information because we don't want to be seen as the token. If you are one of those people who are neurodiverse and you suspect that a friend or a colleague of yours might be as well.
What are you doing, Daddy?
I'm recording a talk for some friends.
Mommy, do it too.
If you're also neurodiverse and you suspect a friend or a colleague might be as well, a good way to earn that trust is to showcase how you, having received a diagnosis, has helped you to find clarity and being able to vocalize some of the resources. Now, as we've mentioned, you may not be ready for that, and that's okay. We're not here to pressure anybody into doing things. But more than anything, what we're trying to avoid is minimization. Because minimization is what got us here in the first place. Having that internalization of not belonging or having to fake our way into the room because we're not worthy is mostly why a lot of people as adults don't seek help for their diagnoses. I was that person. I didn't seek help until a panic attack left me with two options: seek help or seek new employment. And to be fair, seeking help is a lot easier than finding a new job in many cases. But once I did, I realized that there were a bunch of people around me that were doing the same thing. And me being vocal about the discoveries that I had found not only helped me, but helped them as well. Now, I've said a lot of buts and howevers, and I've got one more. No two cases are the same. And just because something has worked for you, don't assume that it's a cure-all. That's why it's also important to share as many different solutions and ideas and treat all of them as valid. As long as they're not causing harm to the person, give them the space to experiment and try things. One of the things that we do at our company is the shut it down day, where 2 Fridays out of the month are just days off to go and get rest and relaxation and recuperate. And it was so helpful for me to have that time that I extended that as an olive branch to my spouse as well. So now, any week that I have a shut it down day where I can rest, relax, play a few games of Tetris, my wife can do it the next day. And I can pick up some of the added responsibilities of co-parenting. But most importantly, that's just what's happened for me. And I hope that you all don't go and become that person that says, I have a friend who is, and try to push their solutions onto another person. This doesn't help. Instead, what you can do is just ask. What have you tried that's worked in the past that's giving you a little bit of clarity? For most of us, we've had to come up with our own little treatments for years, aging all the way back to when we were children, because we didn't have resources available to us. You can also, again, make yourself available. If you want to talk about it, I can make time. I might not understand it all, but if you can help me, I'll try my best. Also, be there to help. Again, if people are watching this together, they might be preparing to slow down a bit. If you've got the bandwidth, offer to do a little bit of work for them. You're not taking on all their responsibilities, and it's not permanent. It's just until they can figure out what they need to do to get help. And of course, once they've recovered, you're more than welcome to pass some of those responsibilities back on. Or now, if two of you don't want to do it, maybe you have enough firepower to say, it's time to let this one thing go. Which reminds me, leaders. Leaders, the standard comes from you. We can't do any of this if we don't have the blessings from people above us. In fact, I'm glad that I get paid to make talks like this, because it's a part of our team's culture and what we do. And as an advocate, it's my job to not just impose the technical bits, but also the skills that we hope that we can push out to the rest of our community. But also, don't let work take precedence over self-care. Leaders, if you have someone that's neurodiverse, trust me, they're probably feeling a burden. It may be a burden that they haven't vocalized yet. And if you allow them to abuse and create bad work habits, and if you allow for those work habits to become systemic throughout your team, you're only opening the door to burnout. And that's the last thing we want. That's why when we have shut it down days, we mean it. We hold each other accountable. And if we see someone working, we ask. We make sure that if they're working on the day that they're not supposed to, then they make up that time somewhere else. And lastly, leaders, a lot of the problems with reporting come in the heart of tokenization. If we're the only one there, we're often not going to want to reveal that part of us. So hiring diverse teams, normalizing diversity, and even normalizing neurodiversity means that you have more people speaking up and speaking out about the different things that are going on in their life. And it also gives them the confidence and comfort in doing so without feeling like they're going to be criticized or persecuted for it. Now, for everyone, we have at Elastic a policy called As You Are. And I'm not going to read it verbatim here, but I just want to impart it with this simple message. It's perfectly fine to be who you are, unless you're a jerk. Then we may want to work on that in therapy. I mean that. If your brain works differently than others, it's perfectly fine. I'm sure you're just as capable as all of the other people around you. And don't let anyone tell you differently. You might have to think about going at it a different way, but hopefully with a little bit of work and a little bit of effort, you'll be able to figure it out. Now, if you're inattentive like me, I'm sure this was a process. I've been talking for 20 minutes, and I want to thank you so much for listening to me. Great work for making it to the end. I've added some resources on the screen now, including myself. I really do want to be available if you're struggling, or maybe you're considering getting your own diagnosis for the first time and you have questions, or you just want somebody to body double and chat with. I'll try to make myself available as much as I can. I've been Jay Miller, and thank you so much for taking this first step, or second or third for some people, and seeking to better understand what's happening if you're neurodiverse, or you have someone on your team or someone that you care about that is neurodiverse as well. I hope that something in this presentation has been helpful and can be used as a resource for them. Thank you. Hey, Jason, you're muted, by the way.
The first part of the block, I always do this to myself. I'm always like, where are the buttons? Yeah, no, that was a great talk, though, and I'm glad you're here live, so we can talk with you some more. It's good to hear. I'm actually neurodivergent as well, so
awesome.
So, no, it's always good to connect with other people who have different ways of thinking.
Yeah, I think one of the hardest parts about that is, at least for me, like I felt like I was the only person like that, and at my job, in many cases I worked on really small teams. So I very well was the only person like that. So it became a challenge to often, be able to vocalize, hey, my brain's not broken, but I think a little different. I operate a little differently, but I'm just as capable. And I just might need certain allowances to help me, achieve things in an easier manner. And I think once you vocalize those things, it's like super hard. But if you have a super supportive team next to you, then hopefully they'll make those things happen. And sometimes it's actually required. And I think that was one of the things that I wanted to emphasize in this, is that as someone who is neurodiverse, if you let people know, like, there are protections, at least in the United States and in California where I live, there are some protections that you can receive because of that. But you don't have to feel like it's, that you're on your own on this. And you don't have to feel like if you do this, you're going to be punished for it.
Yeah, exactly. So for someone who maybe is watching this and thinking, okay, I feel like this is me, and I'm in one of those workplaces where I'm not supported, and maybe they're thinking about, switching careers. Maybe I should just find another job. And you talked a bit about this in the talk, but what advice would you give that person?
So I actually switched jobs because of realizing, some of my neurodiversities, the fact that I like doing a bunch of different things and talking about them, even though, like, in this moment, there is some anxiety. It's not the end of the world. And I've learned that the more I can talk about things, the easier it is for me. And by doing that, I became a developer advocate, where, like, now part of my job is having these conversations and doing it in manners that makes sense to me. Like, I'm not up at, Microsoft Build giving a keynote. I don't think they'd let me on stage. I talk with my hands too much. But the ability to sit there and say, hey, let's have a one-on-one conversation with someone that we've connected with on Twitter, or, just body doubling and, like, being able to ask questions and reach out. Like, I've gained a lot of contacts. By the way, I do have to welcome the other star of the show, who played a good guest role in my talk.
She was a very welcome guest cameo there. I've got my own cameo there behind me, so awesome. I feel you. You can't always control the local talent is going to come in.
Yeah, well, and again, I love that everybody's in pajamas in the house, and Right now, it's just me and little one, so I'm always excited to share a little bit of myself and a little bit of how we operate and all of that.
Sure, absolutely. And hey, you know what? Anyone who's watching this live on YouTube, if you've got any questions for Jay, it's a great time to just pop them into the chat here. We can see that, or if you're on the Discord, you can also put it in the general room. And we got a few minutes left here. And hey, I a little bit rabbit traily here, Jay, but I just heard a talk a couple of weeks ago from a group called Genius Within. I don't know if you've ever heard of them or worked with them at all.
I haven't. I actually tried to reach out to a lot of folks, and I'm not sure if they're still watching, but I know a couple of people from one of my groups that I hang out in all the time were watching. So hey, and thanks for the help. And again, I think that's kind of why I wanted this to exist. Is there's more and more people from underrepresented groups getting those diagnoses for the first time. I've had 4 or 5 conversations in the last 2 years from friends that I've known for years that are like, hey, you have ADHD, right? What was that process like? And being able to like just sit down and talk with them and share, and me being a military veteran, like not seeing all of those things and not thinking that like PTSD is a mental health disability, but once you vocalize that, once you go and get that help, and once you see those resources that make it okay, that normalize the situation, like the talk that you're referring to, I think it becomes encouraging. You say, hey, not only do I want to go out and be like, hey, I have ADHD and PTSD and anxiety, but like I want my friends who might be dealing with the same thing to be able to be supported, just like I was.
Exactly. I have to say, I definitely do. Anyone who's watching, definitely take a look at Genius Within, among all the other awesome resources Jay has there. So Genius Within actually does coaching
Awesome.
on this topic to help people really capitalize on the strengths of their neurodivergence. Because it's not, I hate the term disability attached to all this, because it's like, these aren't disabilities, they're abilities, they're different. But, there are some challenges that come with it, but there's also superpowers there.
Oh yeah. I mean, I mean, again, talking about how I changed careers, I think that me having ADHD plays very well into my ability to, as we'll see in a few hours, think about problems that I'm having in real life and be like, I want to build a project that does that. And then just get like hyper focused on that and build something out in, a few hours or a weekend, and then turn that into a talk or a demo. And I mean, I think once you know that you're not broken, or as you mentioned, you're not disabled, you're fully capable. And I know a lot of people say like handy capable, like you have these abilities to do things just in a different way. I think you start figuring out, how do I leverage this to my advantage? How do I use this to be able to reach an audience that maybe isn't being reached, or present in a way that it works for me, but it also might work for people who feel like all the other stuff doesn't work for them.
Sure. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you so much, Jay. It's been awesome chatting with you, and thanks for your presentation.
Absolutely.
Okay, so for everyone's watching, for everyone who's watching, I should say, because there are people out there. Coming up next, we have a talk about quantum computing. So that'll be starting in a couple of minutes here, and then later on, we're going to be talking about automating your posting process on Dev. And there's a cool talk after that about logging. So definitely stay put, because we got a lot of cool stuff coming up in this block. So if you want to talk with Jay Miller more, by the way, he's over on the Discord, so you can tag him over there if you want to chat. And yeah, we will be right back for that next talk. So hang in there. Hey, everybody. We got our next talk queued up for as an introduction to quantum computing using Qiskit. I'm probably completely butchering that. By Harshdeep Singh. I am probably also butchering that name. Names can be hard, they really can be. I tried. We got that coming up, and got some other awesome talks coming up in this block, so definitely stay tuned. And hey, if you're not on the Discord yet, pop in over there. We got a packet giveaway going on. We have an opportunity to give a lightning talk later on. So please do check those things out. Very cool. And of course, we've got this ongoing conversation here in the stream, so join in there too. I think we're ready to roll, so cue this up, and I'll see you on the flip side.
Hello everyone. So this is Harshdeep Singh, and today I'm presenting my talk titled "Quantum Computing Using Qiskit." And thank you, Pyjamas, for providing me this opportunity to present my work in front of you. So quantum computation may be defined as developing algorithms and computational techniques based on quantum mechanical principles. If you're working in the tech field, you might have seen that quantum computation is such a rage right now. Every classical or every existing technique is kind of getting quantified, and quantum word is being used in front of everything. So quantum cryptography, quantum key distribution, like quantum algorithms and stuff like that. So why quantum though? I think that's the first question. So the point I think is that the nature isn't classical. So if you want to make it a simulation of nature, you better make it quantum mechanical. This is said by Richard Feynman, and that is why a lot of people are now focusing on quantum mechanical approaches, because it is very promising. It promises a very significant advantage over classical machines. It promises that there would be the algorithms would be much faster, they would be much better, and essentially it promises of a better future. So that is why we are kind of shifting towards quantum computation. Before diving into what quantum computation is and how to actually make quantum circuits and do all these operations with that, we must define the basis of a quantum computation technique, that is the quantum bit. So as we know, the classical machines, usually the bit, a logical state bit, is the information carrier in classical machinery. So the quantum version of the bit is, so if bit is described as the fundamental unit of classical information, a qubit is the fundamental unit of quantum information. And just like the bits, they are essentially have two possible states, 0 and 1, and written in a very fancy quantum way in this bracket notation, 0 and 1. The difference, however, is that while the bits are two discrete states, 0 and 1, qubits can exist in superposition of these states. So what superposition is essentially that you can have states which are in somehow intermediate of both 0 and 1. So for example, generally this is defined as the property of quantum system to exist in multiple states at the same time. So not only there are two states, 0 and 1, there are also states where you are a little bit of in the state 0 and a little bit in the state 1. Obviously this is appears very tacky at first, but I'd encourage you to read more on this, especially if you're not from a physics or chemistry background or math background. But this property itself is a very basic wave property that existed even before we went into the quantum world. So because of this quantum superposition principle, we have not only the two states 0 and 1, we also have the linear combinations of these states, that is written as psi is equal to psi being the state that we are in, alpha 0 plus beta 1, where alpha and beta decide what is the probability that you are in state 0 and 1. So I'll explain this further with a example so that it's more clear what I mean. So let us say we have this state where alpha is 1 by root 2 and beta is 1 by root 2. So alpha square and beta square in this particular case is 0.5. So if that, what it means is, if you have 1,000 states like this, what we will do, and if you perform measurement on that, we will get 0 state 500 of times and 1 state 500 times. That means the probability distribution is even. So 0.5 alpha and beta gives you how many times on measurement you will get either 0 or 1. So similarly, you have the state, for example, 0.8 into 0 and 0.6 into 1. In this case, alpha square is 0.64 and beta square is 0.36. So now if you have 1,000 states, 640 of them would give you a 0 on measurement, and 360 of them would give 1 on measurement. Obviously, this might be a little tricky at first, but once you start using this notation, it becomes easier to handle and understand. So one of the most easiest formulations of qubits and quantum operations in general is the matrix formulation. So what we know about qubits till now is that they are two possible states which can, and there is superposition, a possibility of superposition as well. So what we can do is we can represent them in a matrix notation. So what matrix notation is, so it's a two-component vector, which is written by 0 state is written by 1 0 and 1 state is written by 0 1. As you can see, they are orthogonal. So essentially, if you are in the state 0, there is a 100% probability that you are in the 0th state, and no probability that you are in the first state. So you can check it by doing matrix multiplication. And the general state, as you can see in this case, can be written as alpha 0 plus beta 1. So now you can see, so the formulation, the representation becomes very easy. So the first component is the square of the first component gives you the probability of being in the 0 state, and the square of the second component, beta, gives you the probability of being in the second state. So matrix formulation, that is why it becomes very easy to handle. And there are other formulations as well. So one of the more geometrically easy ones is the block square representation. If you want, you can look into that, but the problem with that formulation, it becomes very difficult as the number of qubits start increasing. So that is why I haven't discussed that. But obviously, if you want to have more geometrical intuition about what qubits do and look like and what the operations do, please do check the block square representation of qubits. So the next part is how do you represent multiple qubits? If there are more than one qubits, how do you represent that system? So as you know, so first of all, we have this let us say we have two qubits who are in the state 0. And so this combined system can be represented by a mathematical concept known as a tensor product. So while the mathematical history of the tensor product is more complex, I'll give a very brief example of how to do tensor product just for the sake of moving quickly moving forward. But I would really encourage you to read further on tensor products if you want to. So let us say a very simple notation would be like this 0 0. So if you have one qubit in the 0 state, second qubit in the 0 state, you can just write it as 0 0, and it's a given that the first number is corresponds to the first qubit, and the second number corresponds to the second qubit. So in this case, obviously you have the four possible states: 0 0 0 1 1 0 and 1 1. So in matrix notation, this is how we do the tensor product. So for the first component is 1 0, obviously. So 0 state 1 0, and the second is 1 0. So what you do is you take the first component of the first qubit and multiply it with both of them. So for example, the first component of the first qubit is 1. 1 into 1, the first component of the two qubit system becomes 1. Then 1 into 0 becomes 0. Second component of the first qubit is 0. So 0 multiplied by 1, 0. 0 multiplied by 1. 0. So essentially you take this component 1 multiplied by both of them, that gives you the first two components, and then the second component multiplied by both of them, that gives you the next two components. In a similar way, you can do the other four possible states: 0 0 0 1 1 0 and 1. In a similar fashion, you can do more than one qubit, more than two qubits, I'm really sorry, 3 qubits, 4 qubits in this way, and the length will be determined by number of qubits you have. So how many numbers you have in these vectors would be dependent upon how many qubits you have. 2 raised to power n is the general formula. So if you have a single qubit, there are only 2 components in the vector. In this case, there are 2 qubits, so 4 components, 3 qubits, so 8 components, like that. So the next part is how do we write the matrix operations? So what operations are? Essentially, operators are any tools which help us to manipulate, change, or calculate any property in our qubit system. So for example, we have this Z operator, which is given by 1 0 0 1, 0 minus 1. So what it does, if it operates on the 0th qubit, it returns a value of +1. If it operates on a 1 qubit, it returns a value of -1. So these are just basic operations. I'll discuss them in detail as we go ahead. So just mathematically, if you want to see, so Z operating on 0, so you do the matrix multiplication, you get +1 back, and if you do it on 1, you get -1 back. So in this way, there are multiple operators that are there. So there are rotations, there are NOT gates and whatnot. We'll come to that later, but this is the basic crux of what quantum operations look like. The next is how do we make our first quantum circuit? So what we have is we have our Qiskit library in Python, and we will be using Qiskit to make our first circuit, to do measurements, and to essentially do some operations and get our results. So the first thing is we import the required libraries. So I'll explain in detail a bit as we go ahead. So first is the quantum register. So what a quantum register is essentially your qubits. So quantum register 1 means in this qubit variable, you are storing a single qubit. So quantum register is the command which calls your qubits. So and this one determines how many qubits you are calling. And since qubits themselves can exist in superposition of the states, you need a classical like component in which you can store your measurements. So for example, you measure a quantum state, it turned out to be 0 or 1. So you want to store it somewhere, and that storage part is done by this classical register. So quantum register is a qubit. Once you do a measurement, the result of that measurement is stored in this classical component, which is known as a classical register. So right now our circuit would look, so then you form a quantum circuit with these two components, with a qubit and a classical register. And this is how our circuit looks like. So Q0 is the 0th qubit, and C0 is the 0th classical register. So whatever this qubit is, you do the measurement, and that would be stored in this classical register. Now we want to see what the default state is. So if you do nothing, what the state of the qubit is. So for that we use this circuit.measure function. So what it does, it measures the 0th qubit and stores the value in the 0th classical register. And this is how the circuit now looks like. So this symbol represents that we are doing a measurement, and then we are storing that measurement in the 0th classical register. Now there are multiple components of the measurement part itself. So as you know, so quantum computers themselves are quite rare commodity. So like there are a few quantum computers, actual quantum computers available to public. So what we can do is we can take help of the simulators. So what these simulators are, these simulators essentially mimic how a quantum computer would work. So these are classical machines, but they would give you back the results that a quantum computer would give you. So right now we are using this QASM simulator that is available in the Qiskit's library to do our simulation, to run our circuit and get our results. So this simulator, that is the like part where we call this simulator, and it essentially helps us in building the circuit and executing the circuit. Sorry. So then we call this execute function. In this execute function, what we are doing is we are providing a circuit that we want to execute. Then we are providing the simulator, essentially the component that will run the circuits, and then we are providing the number of times that we want to run this circuit. So shots is equal to 1000 means we are running this circuit 1000 times. We are creating 1000 similar circuits, and we are running it, and we are noting down the results of each circuit. So right now we didn't do anything, and so this is essentially job has all the data of all the results. So we get the result out of it, and we get the counts. So counts is number of times you get either 0 or a 1. So right now our circuit was the pretty basic circuit. We didn't do anything. So we get the 0 state out 100% of the time. So what it means is that if you by default call a qubit and you just do the measurements on it, it's just going to be a 0 state. So there isn't going to be anything special in it or like that. So what we can do right now is we can do measurements on that part. We can provide we can have gates. We can essentially then manipulate this circuit as we go along. So the simplest gate is the NOT gate. So NOT gate essentially is an X gate which turns a 0 into 1 and 1 into 0. So this can be seen very easily in this circuit. So this is the mathematical formulation. So X will be given by 0, 1, 1, 0. So if it acts on 0, it gives you 1. If it acts on 1, it gives you 0. So in quantum computation, so we had our circuit, and what we are doing is we are calling this Q0, we are adding a X gate, and we are doing a measurement. So just theoretically, what we are expecting is the initial qubit was in the 0 state. Now it is being flipped to 1 state, and now we are doing the measurements and storing the data in the 0th classical register. So we are expecting that if we do these measurements, we should be getting state 1 100% of the time. So we again we call the simulator, and we do the result, and now you can see we are getting a state 1 100% of the times. So in this way, we have a number of operations, and I'll basically divide the class into two basic qubit operators. One are the single qubit operator, one qubit operators, and multiple qubit operators. And as the name suggests, one qubit operators involve only a single qubit, and multiple qubit operators involve multiple qubits. Before moving forward, there are a few properties that all the quantum operators share. Hermitian, that means whenever you do a measurement and they give back you a number, it has to be real. So because if you are doing a measurement, you expect the results to be real. So that is what Hermitian means. Reversible means they essentially, if you can go to one state to another, they can also come from one that state to the previous state. That is something which is different from the classical results. And the another thing is they are unitary. So what unitary means is essentially that the length of the system doesn't change. So if alpha square and beta square are 1, so if you apply an operator and go to a different state, the alpha square and beta square plus 1, they remain 1. It doesn't magically change. The length of the qubit doesn't magically change. Now I'll be moving on to the one qubit operator. So I think the most important one qubit operator is the Hadamard operator. So the main role of Hadamard operator is take a single qubit in a definite state and turn it into a superposition. So if it acts on the 0th qubit, it turns it into a superposition of 0 and 1. And if it acts on the 1th qubit in state 1, it turns it into a superposition of 0 and 1 with the extra phase. So since usually in quantum computation, relative phases do play a role somewhere like in measurements, but generally they don't play much of a role in basic measurements. So like if you are just doing the probability distribution, so that in that case this won't play much of a role. So in simple notation, we can write Hadamard gate as like this: h of 0 is equal to 1 by root 2 0 plus 1, and h of 1 is equal to 1 by root 2 0 minus 1. So next part is how to implement a Hadamard gate in a quantum computer. So first of all, there is an easier way to construct a quantum circuit. So now we are going a little faster. So what we are trying to do is rather than calling classical register and quantum register separately, we just do a simple command, quantum circuit 1 1. So what it means is we are creating a quantum circuit with one qubit and a single classical register. So now we don't have to do it like differently. I think that makes life a little bit easy. Then we are adding the Hadamard gate at the 0th position. So circuit 2 dot h, the Hadamard gate at the 0th qubit. Then we are doing the measurement. So this is how the circuit looks like. And again, we have the simulator part. We get the results, and this is the result that we are getting. 50% of the times we are getting 0, and 50% of the times we are getting 1. So if we had this state 1,000 states like that, 507 times we were getting 0, 493 times we were getting 1. So the next part is the multiple qubit operators. So what multiple qubit operators are, essentially these are operators in which multiple qubits are involved, and generally the class of the multiple qubit operators that is very important is known as the controlled operators. In controlled operators, some qubits act as the control qubit and other qubits act as the target qubits. So only when there is a certain condition satisfied with these control qubits is the time when the operation is carried out on the target qubit. I'll go into a little bit of detail by using a specialized gate known as C0 gate. So C0 stands for controlled NOT, meaning that the NOT operation will be applied on the target qubit if and only if the control qubit is in the state 1. So what it means is, this is the matrix notation of the C0 gate. So let us say we have the state 0 0. So in this case, the first qubit is the control qubit and the second qubit is the target qubit. So only when the first qubit is in the state 1 will the second qubit will be flipped. So right now the first gate is in 0. First qubit is in 0. So the state remains 0 0. In the next case, the first qubit is 0. So it remains the same. Now we have the third case where the first qubit is in the state 1. Now the second qubit will be flipped. You can check that from matrix multiplication as well. So now it will turn into 1 1. And similarly, we have the 1 1 case. Now, since the first qubit was 1, the second qubit will turn into a 0. So in this way, the C0 gate works. So this is the truth table for C0 gate. So 0 0 remains 0 0, 0 1 remains 0 1, 1 0. Since the first one is 1, it turns it into 1 1, and 1 1 turns it into 1 0. So now we can see is we can do this controlled NOT operation on an actual quantum circuit. So the third circuit that we are making, now we have a quantum circuit with two qubits and 2 classical registers. So 2 that is the 2 this is what it stands for. So 2 qubits and 2 classical registers, and now we are adding a CNOT gate on this circuit, from 0 to 1. So in this case, the 0th qubit is the control qubit and first qubit is the target qubit, and then we are doing the measurement. So this command means, so the measurement of the 0th qubit is being stored on the 0th classical register, and the first qubit is being stored on the first classical register. So this is how our circuit looks like. And then again, in a similar fashion, we would be carrying out our measurements. So now in this case, the state that we are working on is 0, 0. So we are expecting the results to be 0, 0 only. So as we can see, in this case, we are only getting 0, 0. So now we will change the dynamic a little bit. So what we are going to do is we are going to turn the first qubit into 1. So since the first qubit is 1, we expect the second qubit, because of the CNOT gate, also to turn into 1. So right now the state, after just applying the X gate here, it should be 0, 1. So as the CNOT is applied, it should turn into 1. So this is how the circuit looks like. So first is a 2 qubit 2 classical register gate, first circuit, then we are applying a NOT gate, and then we are applying a CNOT gate. So what we are expecting is a 1-1 result that we are getting after executing this result 1000 times. So this is how the basics of quantum computation looks like. This is how we can execute basic circuits in quantum mechanics. I have given a very small hint of how quantum mechanics, how quantum computation work, how you can build a very basic circuit, apply a Hadamard gate, and apply a CNOT gate. Obviously, there are multiple other operations that you can do. You can do measurements, you can do rotations, you can do swaps, there is more quantum mechanics that you can get involved in. So there is quantum entanglement. So entanglement essentially is when multiple qubits can influence each other's measurement. Then there is teleportation, which we have heard in only sci-fi movies, which is actually possible in the quantum circuits. So based on that, there is many things that you can do, and in 20 minutes I could only go through a very small amount of an introduction. There was a lot more that I wanted to go into, but in 20 minutes I could go through just the basics of quantum computation, a few circuits. I hope you could get something out of it, because again, this is a very complicated topic, especially if for somebody who hasn't studied quantum mechanics or physics or mathematics or from their previous backgrounds. So I hope you got a little hint of what quantum computation and quantum mechanics and the math behind quantum computation looks like. I would encourage you to pick up any book that you want. I would suggest Nelson Chuang's Quantum Computation and Information, or Robert Souter's Dancing with Qubits. These are the two standard books that I really found very interesting. But thank you again, Pyjamas, for providing me this opportunity. I hope you liked some bits of this talk, and I hope to interact with you maybe in some time later. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know about y'all, but I enjoyed some bits of that talk, or actually I should say I enjoyed some qubits of that talk. It's cool to see inside this brave new world of quantum computing. Fundamentally changes everything that we thought we knew about computers, so that's always fun to see. Awesome. So if you're still with us, coming up next in a few minutes here, we have automating your posting process on dev with Python, Bash, and GitLab CI. So that'll be coming up in a few minutes here. And then obviously stick around, because we also have some other cool talks coming up, including log it, but please do it right. And then building machine learning demos using Python. So great mix of topics. Sure to find something interesting. So definitely hang out. Be sure that you check out our Discord. Conversations going on over there. So pop into there. We still have a packet giveaway going on, so you can enter to win the Python book. If this is scrolling too fast for you, you can pop into the Discord and the announcements channel. We have these links. We also have an opportunity there to do let's see if I follow it there. There we go. To do a lightning talk. So if you want to get in on the fun, you can do that. Lightning talks are always a blast. So also just kind of for fun here in between talks, I've been kind of pondering this, curious about this. So I'd be curious to see your responses either in the comment section of the stream or down in the Discord. In a world where VS Code and JetBrains do not exist, what would be your favorite Python editor? I've been curious about this lately because it seems everyone uses either VS Code or PyCharm or something. JetBrains, I know there's probably a lot of them, a lot of Emacs out there, but like, what would you be using? It's kind of funny because prior to VS Code, I always used odd things like Ninja IDE and Pipe. Like I was always using editors no one ever heard of, which is kind of funny. So I'm just curious to find out what everyone else is using. So put your answer over in general on Discord or in the comment section. I'll come back to this later after a couple of talks. But yeah, check that out. So yeah, we'll be back in a few minutes for more Python fun. So we got about 5 minutes here. So great opportunity to go grab some coffee, tea, whatever you got to do, and come on back for the coziest of Python conferences. So hang in there and we will see you shortly. Hey everyone, so we got another awesome talk coming up here. Hope you are ready to roll. So that question I posted a little bit ago, still looking for answers, anyone who wants to know. So in a world where VS Code and JetBrains do not exist, what would you use as your Python editor? One person said I use Vim. I know a lot of people who use Vim. Great editor, actually use it a lot in the command line. Martin said if you maybe stop using PyCharm, or probably just try to do it with Vim, or maybe JetBrains Fleet. But hey, you know, JetBrains doesn't exist in this theoretical question. So yeah, throw your answer into the stream chat here or into Discord. It'd be great to know. So coming up here, we have Mario Garcia. Welcome, to Pyjamas. And you're going to be talking to us about how to make your posting process with Dev. Your posting process on Dev. So you're a Dev author too, then, eh?
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me here. This talk will be about how you can, if you are a user at the practical Dev, how to automate the process of posting there, creating new blog posts there using the tools that I'm mentioning on the title.
That is awesome. Well, I'll let you get into that then, and stick around, everyone, afterwards. Mario's here live, so we'll have Q&A after the talk. So definitely hang out.
So thank you so much for having me again. I joined Pyjamas last year, and this year I will be talking about how you can automate the process of posting or creating new blog posts on Dev using Python, Bash, and GitLab CI. So I'm Mario Garcia. I'm joining from Mexico. I'm a GitLab hero. I've been a GitLab hero for about 3 years. And recently, after doing an internship at TerminusDB, I joined the BL community as a content writer. So you will be hearing more about that on my social media. You can find me on Twitter. So what is a common workflow? How do you create new blog posts on Dev? So first of all, you have to log into your account, click on the Create Post button, and there you have to add the tags that you want to assign to your post, and use the Markdown editor for writing the content of your blog post. And also you use that editor for uploading pictures to your post. And then when you're ready to go, you click on publish, and your post will be available for everyone. So that will be the common workflow for that. And I just started thinking about how to automate this process, or how to do it in another way. And this is what I would like to talk about today. So another way to create new blog posts on your Dev account is by using the API provided by Foreign. That is a platform that is built, that Dev is built on top of that. And you can find more information about it here. And you require to have Curve installed on your system, so you can find more information here in the website of the project of that tool. At first, you have to get an API key by going to the settings of your account, and then in the Dev community API key section, you will have to add a description, and then click on generate an API key. And you will have to copy that key, as you will be using it for creating new blog posts using the API. So I've been using the API for a while to list the blog posts that I have published there on my website. So for that, I have to run this command from the command line. You can replace here the value of the username by putting your username, and this command will give you the blog post that you have already published there. And this is how I'm using it on my website. I'm listing the blog posts that are already on my profile. So, but there are other options. There are other features of the API, and you can also use it for create new articles, new blog posts on your profile. And for that, you will have to run this instruction from the command line. You will have to replace here the API key with the value that you get from your from the settings of your account, you will have to replace the title, the body markdown here. You will have to put the markdown of the content of your blog post. But remember that you will have to escape some characters, especially if you're including some code snippets. And you can also use markdown file for that. And then you will also have to set this value to either true or false. If you set it to true, your post will be published. If you set it to false, your post will be saved to draft, and you will have to add here the tags of your post, as I am explaining here. Something important here, for the content of your post, you have to use Markdown, but you can also create a Markdown file with any editor like Ghostwriter, that is the one that I'm using, and replace all the values there. But so I was thinking on a way to automate this process, and the first solution I have was to use Bash for that. And this is the first script that I create. I'm using, I'm creating a Markdown file and put it here in this directory. And then I have to escape some characters from the content of that file, like slashes or characters in code snippets. And for that, I'm using set, and I'm using this instruction for replacing those characters properly. And I put here the value of the API key that I generated before. Then I have to put these values in the command that I have to run for creating a new blog post on my profile, replacing the value of the API key and the value of the body markdown, the markdown of your post. And I'm setting the value of published to true, as I want that my post is available after running this command. So I created an articles directory, and I put there the markdown files of every blog post that I'm creating. And I'm using Bash for reading the content of I'm using this variable for reading the content of the markdown file. And then I'm using set for escaping some of the characters there. And I'm assigning the value of the API key. So, but then I found that I can have some improvements in my script. So apart from setting this variable, I set this variable for the tags of my post, and using this block of code for changing this the value of this variable and convert it to a string that I need for replacing the value of the tags here. So I will explain that in a minute. So I set the tags in an array, and for this example, I'm using LinuxM tutorial. And then by reading this array, I'm creating a string that is similar to this that I will use for replacing the value here. I'm setting a JSON variable when I'm putting the JSON object of the, that I'm setting here in the for command. I'm replacing this with the value of that variable. And I'm using JQ for that. So later I will have the command that will look similar to this. I'm setting a JSON variable that contains all the JSON object with the details of my blog post, including the body markdown. And well, this was a way to automate the process, but I also was thinking on a way to set to store all of my markdown files in a repository, and also to have one file that contains all the details of my blog post. And for that, I created a YAML file that will look similar to this. And I'm setting there the title, body, and tags of my post. And instead of using set, as I found some errors when I was running some tests, some characters were not escaped properly. So I found another solution. There's this method from the JSON module that from Python that you can use for escaping the characters inside the markdown file without having any errors. And then I read the YAML file to get the values or the details of my post and pass those values to the bash script. I'm still using the a bash script. I still have to work on a better Python script, and so I don't have to use bash for that. But that's the solution I have now. And the Python script will look similar to this. I'm using these modules, YAML, subprocess, and JSON. I'm using this for escaping the characters correctly, and reading this file and getting these values, and I'm passing those values to the bash script by running this instruction. So then I have to update my bash script, and it would look similar to this. I'm getting title, tags, the content of the markdown file, and the name of the markdown file from the previous script, and those values are in this file. So I'm getting this from the Python script, and I'm setting here the value of the API, and I'm just changing this part of the script. And well, now I have a better solution. I have a YAML file where I'm setting the details of every post that I'm creating, and I'm running a Python file to get those values and to read the content of the markdown file and escape some characters there, and I'm passing those values to a bash script. And I only have to create a markdown file, update the articles YAML file, and then run the Python script, and my blog post will be available on my dev profile after that, without having to do any other activity or having to go to the website and logging into my account. So that was the idea, but I was thinking that on a way to automate the process a little more. So I decided to use GitLab CI, and well, now I have this workflow. I create the post using a Markdown editor. I update the details of my post and put it here in this YAML file, and then I run this script for that. So, well, now I have to create a GitLab repository and upload the files there, including the Python and Bash script, and the articles directory where the Markdown files will be stored and where the articles.yaml will be saved, and I have to edit that file for including the details of my post. Then I have to make some changes in the script, as I'm not setting the value of the depth of the API key inside the script, but I'm configuring GitLab and configuring GitLab CI for reading that file from the configuration of the repository. And this is why I have to replace that line in the publish.py script and remove this line from the bash script that I'm using for posting my new article. So the Python script will look similar to this. I added this line, and the rest of the script is still similar. So I have to pass another variable to the bash script, that is the API key. And I have to also update the content of the bash script. I have to remove this line as it isn't required anymore. So the rest of the script will look similar. But I also was thinking that I also needed a way that after my blog post is published to also tweet the link of my blog post, and especially for announce it on Twitter. And I decided to use the Twitter API, but the process to get access to that is to first apply for a developer account by going to this URL and providing the details that are required for applying to the account. And then now when you have once you have access to your Twitter developer account, you have to go to the dashboard, and then you have to create a new app and generate the API key and access token and copy these four values. We will have to create some variables in the configuration of the repository, and then create a Python script in addition to the one that is in a repository that will be used for tweeting about our new blog post on depth. And this is how the script, the Python script for tweeting looks like. So I'm getting some data from this file. I'm using the name and the title of the post, and I also well, this is how the format I'm using for tweeting about my next blog post. And well, this is the Python script, the additional Python script that I'm creating. So before configuring GitLab CI, before creating the GitLab CI YAML file, we have to go to settings, to CI/CD in the repository, and there in the variable section, we have to add these mask variables: access token, token secret, API key, API secret, and dep API. The first four are the values that we get when we create a new app in the dashboard of our Twitter developer account. We need that for using this script as this Python library require those values for that. And this is the value of the dep API key. And this is why, as I explained before, we have to replace this value to put this line in the Python script, as we will get this value from the command line. GitLab CI is passing that value from the command line and is reading it from the settings of our repository. Okay, so now we have to create this file as this is the configuration file for GitLab CI, and there we will have 2 stages, build and deploy, and 2 jobs, publish and tweet. And the file will look similar to this. I'm using a Python Docker image, but I have to install some additional Python libraries that I will be using later, like Pyjamas and Twitter. And first, we publish our new blog post, and from the response that I get from the dev API, I have to store the value of the URL, that is the URL of a new blog post, and pass this value to the next job, as we need this variable to get the URL and to put it in the tweet that will be published after this job is run. So now the workflow, the automated workflow will be like this. We create a new post using a Markdown editor. We upload that file to the GitLab repository and edit the content of the articles.yaml by putting the details of our post. And then once we commit those changes to the repository, GitLab CI will run the 2 jobs, will publish our new blog post and tweet about it. But I would like to, before giving space to some Q&A, I would like to show you how it works. I already wrote a new blog post. I recently spoke at Asghar Latin America, the event for Latin America, and I already wrote a blog post about the topic that I talk about at that event. So I already upload the Markdown file that is here and put the details of my post here, including title. Body refers to the Markdown file that contains the content of my post, and I'm setting the tags here. So I will commit this directly to main. I hope that there is no additional bug that I have to fix, but let's see if it works. I have already used this CI/CD pipeline, my latest blog post, that is actually a blog post about about what I'm explaining today. So if you go to my dev account, you will find it. You will find it there. So okay, let's go back to this to the repository and see how the jobs are going. So it seems that the blog post is already published. Now the second job is still running, but the tweet will be available in a few minutes from my Twitter account. So let's see if it's already there. Okay, it seems that it's still running, but let's see. Okay, supposed to be there already. Okay, so it's there, my new blog post. And I only have to create the Markdown file of my post using a Markdown editor, upload that file to GitLab, and edit the YAML file that I created that contains the details of my post. And then GitLab CI take care of everything else. So this is what I would like, what I wanted to present today. So thank you so much. And
thank you. Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you, Mario. I heard, as the old saying goes, always try to hire a lazy developer, because we automate all this stuff, so we don't have to do the manual process.
Yeah.
Hey, if anyone has any questions for Mario, go ahead and stick them in the stream chat or in the general channel over here in Pyjamas, and I will relay them. I have a question of my own, actually, Mario, which is what initially gave you this? I think you touched on it a little bit. What initially gave you this idea to there's got to be a better way to do this? When was that moment for you?
Well, I've been using GitLab CI for a while, and I'm always trying to do to figure out what I can do with GitLab CI to try new ways to use that tool to automate some of my process. And I really wanted to have a copy of my blog post in a repository, and that's how I got the idea to automate the whole process. And wow, I spent some time running some tests and trying to figure out how to solve a few bugs that I found. I didn't know how to that set will be a good way to solve part of the problem. But then when I was running the first test, I found that when you use set for escaping some characters, if you doesn't if you don't define well the instruction, you will get some characters will not be escaped correctly. So this is when I started to find a solution for that. And then I found that using the dumps method in the JSON module would be a better solution. And well, I finally have it ready for a final test. And this is the second blog post that I published using this CI/CD pipeline.
That is really cool. So anyone else who's watching this might be thinking, gosh, I have, those little things I'm doing manually, but I don't feel like I have the skills to automate this. I don't know what I'm doing yet. What advice would you give to someone who's looking at a novel problem of their own and thinks, I want to do what Mario did? How would they start that?
Wow, automating things. It is to automate things, especially using Python. When you have an idea and you wanted to implement it with Python, when you start writing the code for that, it will happen that you will get some problems when trying to write the script. Probably you don't know how to do some of the tasks. you probably you don't have previous experience using some tools or some libraries that could solve the problem. But wow, I have to read more about some of the libraries that I'm using and to run some tests locally to fix every problem, not to try to solve everything at the same time, but to fix every problem that I was finding. And Stack Overflow and some blogs were so helpful for that to find the right solution for some things. And there's a Python book that covers the some ways to automate some of your tasks.
Automate the boring stuff by Al Swigert, right?
Yeah, that's the book that I found useful for that. So yeah, that's my recommendation, to read more about the tools that you found that could solve your problem, to try to look for more information on DuckDuckGo or Google, depending on what you use. And if you can find a solution, ask your Python community for some help.
Thank you so much, Mario. It's been great having you on. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
And if anyone wants to chat more with Mario, he'll be you'll be around on the Discord, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can ping him over there and chat with him some more. So we're going to be coming back in just a moment for Logit, but please do it right. That'll be coming up in just a minute here. Actually, technically, we're running a little bit behind. It's okay, because this is actually, it'll all go according to plan. Trust the Time Lord. So we'll be right back after this, and yeah, see you in just a moment. Hey, welcome back. So we are getting into our next talk here in just a moment about logging. Logging is a very important part of writing code. Believe me, you don't want chasing a bug with no hints. Done that enough times. So, hey, ongoing conversation we've had over in Discord, and you put your 2 cents in here on the YouTube stream as well. What IDE or editor would be using for Python in a world where VS Code and JetBrains did not exist? Lots of Vim. I've been hearing lots of Vim. Someone said they'd be using Atom, which is pretty cool. I remember Atom before VS Code took over my life. That was pretty fun. And then there's been some talk about Notepad++, which if you're on the Linux world missing Notepad++, there's Notepad QQ, by the way. Does the same stuff. Kind of fun. So yeah, I'd love to know what you would use in a world where VS Code and JetBrains do not exist. So definitely chime in. like I said, coming up next is log it, but please do it right. Later on, we're going to be talking about building machine learning demos using Python and classification of satellite imagery. It'll be coming up after that, so stay tuned. But right now, we have hopefully queued the videos queued up of log it, but please do it right. Waiting for my co-host to queue that one up. So bit of a technical thing here. Hey, Chook. So, the funny thing about computers is that they're going to do
Sorry,
weird
bear with
things.
me. I thought it's going to be live talk because I see
Nope.
there's a speaker waiting, so I thought it's a live talk. So
Yeah, nope, this
yeah,
was
give
recorded.
me a second.
No worries, no worries. Hey, computers, they're predictable until you need them to be, and then they stop working normal.
All right, cool. Next up is log it, but please do it right. Talk 20 coming up now.
Ooh.
Hey guys, good morning for some, good night for others. Thank you for joining me. Just to get started, let's just have a stretch. My name is Guy, and I'm very excited to have you today, where we are going to talk about log it, but please, log it right. And when I say log it right, is to prevent you from making things like this, or this, or this, or this. And finally, this. Messages that are unclear, that you don't know what they mean, you don't know how they are used, and you don't know what they are there. And in the end, you just create so much noise that makes it so hard to understand what you are doing with your software. So, if you have ever done any of these, I want to help you right now to do something better that will help you debugging and understand what's going in your application. So now that I judged what bad logging is, I would love to just present myself so we can get a bit closer. My name is Guilherme Latrova, but call me Gui. It's short. It's easier to remember. My formal education is information systems. And not that I care, I don't really care at all. I learned most of my stuff just studying and trying myself, I've been coding for 8 years already, and I feel like I'm a generalist. So I do mostly backend Python, I do some DevOps stuff, some infra stuff, and of course, some React. And obviously, as any full stack developer, it means that my designs suck. They are terrible. I don't do designs at all. I prefer so much more Python. And today I'm currently making software at Lumos. It has been an amazing experience, an amazing adventure, and I have been loving every second. So that being said, how I'm going to prepare this content for you today? First, I'm going to start by sharing a problem. So we are going to create an example so you can understand, okay, what's the context where logs can be helpful. Then we are going to define what is a good log, when to log, what should be logging. Then we are applying our concepts to the examples you saw before. And finally, we are going to finally some code, do some stuff in Python to see how it works. Amazing. So let's get started. Cool. Let's start with this problem here. That's very related to what I do at my company today, at Lumos. We have like not thousands, but hundreds of integrations. And for this case, let's just consider 3. And let's focus in the abstraction in terms of all of them can be initiated by an user. So an user can go to an integration and connect it. And each integration should return a list of resources. Of course, they are different, but you expect the same start of operation and the same return of resources. So let's consider for GitHub, we are going to return a list of repositories. For AWS, we are having a list of instances. And finally, for Slack, we are having a list of conversations. So you can see there are differences in terms of the GitHub checks token permissions. AWS checks the assumed role. It also checks like get data from different regions. And finally, Slack does an OAuth stuff. So they are different, but the flow should be the same in terms of start, success, preferably, and return value to the user, okay? And of course, if you understand what's going on, it's way faster to fix the bug really quick and get home earlier so you can enjoy your Friday. So, okay, that's our example. You don't have to remember all the steps because I'm going to remind you as we evolve with the examples. Let's define what a log is. So, log is a piece of information that should be contextual, reactive, and descriptive. It will be more obvious as soon as I show you what do I mean. So, consider this. Log.error, operation connect failed. Given our context, I can understand what failed, but I don't understand, like, I don't have the context, like I don't know which integration failed. Consider that, like Lumos, we have like 30, 40 integrations, there's many. If I receive a message like this, I don't know which integration failed. That's bad. The second thing is that I can't react because I don't know which customer got affected by the issue. So a customer tried to connect, okay, it failed, so it affected him negatively. And I can't define whether I should call him or not because I don't know who he is. It will take more investigation, it will take more work to finally take some action. That's terrible. But descriptive it is. This case is descriptive. Why? Because I know what failed. So somehow I understand the error, I just can't do anything about it. And then you might be thinking, okay, so probably as long as I log, it will be always descriptive. Guys, please, don't underestimate programmers. We can do things that you can't even imagine it would be possible. It's possible, yes it is, to make a log totally hard to understand. Like something went wrong or there's an error displaying the error and stuff like this. So don't underestimate engineers at all. And then, okay, the next question that I receive a lot, people asking like, okay, but when to log? Like, I know how to log, I know what I should be logging, but when to log? If I don't know your case, it's hard to say, but there's a rule of thumb that you can use to get started. So here's what I suggest. At the beginning of any operation, and operation consider like the user hit a button, some process happened, and then it finished. So like a flow. If I submit a form, it's sent to the backend, something happens, I get a response. So it's a flow. Consider that as soon as it starts log, then you can do your witcheries, then you can do future prediction stuff. Then if something relevant happens that allows you to understand that some progress has been made, consider logging. Finally, do more alien stuff. And of course, the operation has been successful. Don't make your, your engineers anxious. Let them know, okay, it started here, it finished here. Try to see when to log like a history. So logs should tell you a history, and every history has a beginning, a middle, and an end, preferably. So when you are reading the logs, you should like understand the start of the history. You should start, okay, the hero is going to beat the villain, and then, okay, the hero won. So that's the history. You understand, you can follow, you can reference it later easily. And let's apply what we just discussed to the example we saw before. So considering the AWS, as you can see here on the right, we start by connecting an integration. So that's the initial operation. And then we do all these steps until the end. So, okay, let's consider first the successful scenario. What should be a good message to get started? It would be like connecting to AWS. So I know what's going on. I know to start something. I don't care yet about who is going to be affected because it's not negative or positive. But of course, if I want to see, I should be able to get into the log attributes and see who started the operation. Some people ask me, okay, but what if I want to measure integrations initiated by a user? Then I don't think logs are the best for this. You should look for something related to metrics and not logs. That's my personal advice for you. But okay, considering you got the message like connecting to AWS, right away what I know, my system seems okay, and the integration with AWS started. That's good. Then let's say a relevant progress has been made. Retrieve the instances from all regions. Amazing. By looking here at the right, I can see, okay, use East 1, okay, use West 1, okay, AF South 1, AP Northeast 1, all regions for this flow, okay. So a relevant progress has been made. I know where my software is. And finally, don't make who's reading your logs anxious. Tell them, okay, connection to the AWS has been successful. And again, since there's nothing too much that I should be doing because it has been successful, I don't need to specify like which user got affected. But by looking into the context, inside the log attributes, I should be able to find who got affected if I want to. Okay, the next one will be a bit more interesting. Let's say it's a failed scenario. So the same flow, the same operation, but now something will go wrong. The start should be the same, so okay, I know it started. I don't care who started it. And let's consider that the third region failed. So the third region failed here. What I would expect as a good message would be something like this. Failed to retrieve instance from regions AF South 1 when connecting to AWS for user X. That's amazing. It gives me everything that I need. See, what I know right away by seeing this message. I know AWS operation didn't finish, amazing. I know which region failed, so I know region AF South 1, amazing. I know what inside my integration failed. And finally, I know the user X got affected. So why it's so powerful? Because just reading the message, I can take action. So it's reactive. I can, okay, this user got affected. Let me call him and tell him right away that we are investigating the issue. The second thing that the engineers can do right away is like, okay, just this region, so the other regions worked fine. Okay, so I can go to the AWS stats page and check if there's any issue in this region. And finally, it's also important, let's say for some case, the bug lives in your software, not third parties. I should be able to find the stack trace. So inside the log, inside the context of the log, I should find the stack trace telling me exactly, okay, which line, which file, which module throw this exception that brought us here. And well, here's a hack for you, so you don't have to overthink it too much. When writing logs, always ask yourself, if myself from the future reads this log, what he should understand, what he should know right away, how this can help him moving on with, I don't know, anything else that he needs. If it's a bug, how he can at least understand what's going on. So that's a very useful trick to keep you moving and to ensure that all your logs are clear, straightforward, or, as I presented before, reactive, contextual, and descriptive. Okay? And people also ask me like, okay, but you mentioned that inside the logs you should be able to insert context. So it's not in the message, but it's inside the log attribute. In Python, that's how you do this. Consider the first example, connecting to AWS. You can just add an extra keyword. That's the keyword you need, and then you give a dict, and your dict will be the context of the log. So for this case, user X. That's simple. And finally, for the stack trace, people also seeing like unclear, like, okay, should I manually get the stack trace and add to the extra? No, you don't have to do this. Python has, for the logging library, the loggers have two methods, error and exception. When inside except blocks, use this method, .exception. Why? Because it gives you the stack trace out of the box. You don't need to worry about anything. You just add your message, so a brainless operation, right? Just add your message as you want, and by default, Python will append the stack trace for you. It just works. Use it. And okay, that's the brain part, guys. Setting up the logging library. I don't know if you ever tried to read the Python docs. They are quite hard and boring to read, I must say. but I will try to break it down for you. I will show some images that will make it easier to understand. So let's start with the piece that we need in order to set up your loggers. So the first one is the logger itself. So as you can see, I can have many loggers, but let's just consider I have one logger. One logger is attached to a module. Each logger may have many handlers, and each handler is attached to a combination of output, filter, and formatter. For this case, for this example right here, let's just consider, okay, I have one logger, sorry. This logger is attached to two handlers. Each handler is attached to an output, for this first case, a console, to a filter. So any log level from info onwards will be included, and a formatter. So I want to display these logs as JSON. For the second case, consider this. All the outputs will be sent to a file. Error and critical logs onwards will be included here. So no warns, no info, no debug. And finally, I want to format it as a single message. It can be done like this. These are the pieces that combined can be used to set up the logging library. And then, well, how can we define a logger then? Well, the logger, as you can see, we can just do logging, get logger, and give any name that you want, right? Not really. Some people think the name doesn't matter, but actually it matters a lot, because loggers are hierarchical. What it means is that when you create a module in your package, let's say package dot, let's use this example, right? My module dot this dot that, this logger can have specific rules to your module. That's why the documentation recommends you to use a dunder name, because by default you are going to have this set of format, okay? And one trick that is a bit surprising, I guess, is that all the loggers, all of them, by default, inherit from a logger named the root, okay? All loggers inherit from root. So keep this in mind when you are setting it up. And, well, formatters, I guess it might sound a bit obvious, and it's because it really is. It outputs to any format that you wish. For example, in production, I love having my logs formatted as JSON. And in the end, and don't think that you need to be setting up the JSON logger, because there's a library that I'm going to share with you at the end of this presentation that just makes this magic for you. And the best is that you don't need to change how you use the library. You just log as always, and just by setting it up correctly, it will output correctly. Great. So moving on to filters. Filters are at the same time obvious and surprising because, well, on the first example here, as you can see, I can do like logger debug, logger info, and I can set up to filter by log level. So that's quite obvious, right? I can filter like, okay, no debugs, just info, warnings, errors, whatever. But the second case is it's quite surprising. This example has been extracted from the Python documentation, and as you can see, it basically modifies your log. So you log something, and it just modifies it, adding more data. For this case, it adds random data, but consider that you can add anything that you want. Okay. And for handlers, it's hard to make it visible for you, because handlers, they are kind of the glue that attach, okay, this logger will use my handler, and this handler has like this output, and this filter, and this formatter. So it's just the glue that combines this stuff, okay? Let's see, okay, how can we implement it in Python? All of these elements that we just discussed. The logging library has like 3, 4, 5 different ways of setting stuff. I recommend you to use dict-config. All my past projects, it's just easier to understand, it's easier to give maintenance, it's easier to compare changes, and it's also organized and allows dynamic values. So my suggestion to you, consider a dictionary that can be used inside the dict-config, and your logger will be set up. And well, let's discuss the keys first. The first key is version, always one by default. It's just a placeholder in case in the future Python releases a new version that has a different format. So by default, so far, as far as I know, there's no other version, so keep the one. Disable existing loggers if it should disable previous configurations. I recommend setting this to false. Maybe you don't want to silence other stuff from your environment. And then, as we just discussed, we have formatters, handlers, loggers, and root. And the root here, as you might not remember, it is another logger. It's the the God logger, the logger that is inherited by all of the others. I like one thing that makes me a bit unsure on how to proceed is there's many different ways of specifying the root logger. I recommend you doing like this. Why? Just to make it very verbose, very obvious. The first level is like root, and it means that all other loggers will inherit from this. So it's just easier to spot. Okay, my suggestion. And then, okay, let's start implementing the dict config. So you might remember we had the formatters, right? Okay. For this case, default, simple, and JSON are three key names here, right? They are three key names, and these key names have different configurations. So for default, I decided to make it a bit more verbose. For simple, I decided to make just a single message. That's fine. For JSON, you remember I mentioned the lib that I'm going to share with you later. I can just specify, okay, where's the class? What is the class that I should be using to format like this? And what information do you want me to display? Amazing. That's what I do here. All the data. So when I convert it to JSON, it's just clean because they are, key values. It's just easy to spot, really useful. Moving on, then we are going to define the handlers here, you see? But the handlers, they relate with the formatters we just defined. So I created three here to make it easy for you to understand. The first one I named log file, the second one variables output, the third one JSON because I was out of creativity. So the the handler JSON uses the formatter JSON. I gave the same name. That's completely fine. And for each configuration, see, I defined this one will be using will be a log file from error onwards. So I'm filtering here, and this is the file that I want to use that I defined here, like constant. That's nice. For the variables output, I will be outputting to the console all the logs, the bug, and a simple message. For the JSON one, it will also string to the console, but it will use the JSON formatter. So we can have this different set of configurations, and then we go to the loggers. See the root here first. By default, all loggers in your system, from info onwards, will be using these handlers, log file and JSON, okay? So yes, that's what's going to happen. And finally, I created a new one based on my module. This is a personal project that I have, Triceratops. And Triceratops allows me to, well, for this module, I want, okay, info onwards, but I want to use the handler verbose output. It's a different one from the other ones. I'm overriding this configuration. And of course, here are the links that I promised, so you can check yourself, you can implement. I have an article on this subject as well with more data, so you can copy stuff, copy snippets, try yourself and adjust your needs. But of course, I don't want you to suffer. I will be sharing, in a few minutes or hours, I will be sharing a thread with all the links and this presentation included. So you can just copy stuff, click stuff, and do it yourself. And of course, please feel free to reach out, send me a message, let me know if I made any mistake, let me know if I forgot anything. And guys, thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Bye.
Hey everyone. So we've got another talk coming up here in a minute. I'm not sure. I just want to check if anyone else on the YouTube stream have actually been seeing those little pop-up thingies. To wit, this thing right here, with the building machine learning. I just want to make sure this is coming through because someone must be on the side like, why are you making faces at the screen? So, which I was saying, lower your volume if you have been watching that video. So yeah, if you can see this, or if you can't, please just kind of let me know in the comments for the live stream. It'd be great to know, because if there's a bug, we should probably tell StreamYard. Anyway, so we have another talk coming up here, and that is, as this suggests, building machine learning demos using Python. So we'll be starting that in just a moment, and then stick around because we got classification of satellite imagery using Python coming up after that, and escaping the cargo cult. So all about Python packaging. So definitely stick around. And add Merve to the stream here.
Hello.
Hey, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for hosting me. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I can start presenting if you'd like.
Sure, that sounds good. I'll bring that up, and I assume you'll be sticking around afterwards for a couple minutes for Q&A, hopefully.
Yeah. We have a
Awesome.
section for that. My actual presentation is not complete half an hour, so I want to do a Q&A in the meanwhile, maybe.
That's awesome.
Okay.
And hey, one other thing, because we've got this thing ongoing here. So one other thing before you get started, for anyone who's been following me, what editor would you use in a world where VS Code and PyCharm don't exist? Some other interesting thoughts that have come through. One person said they'd still use magnetic tape if they could. I wonder how Python magnetic tape would work. Someone else is actually doing it by hand. Like they would do it by hand and then put it into idle. They liked idle of all things. So million ways to work.
Okay.
How about you? What would you use?
I like VS Code a lot. Like it's like everything in one place. It's just I can't replace it. I sometimes use my own terminal, sometimes use VS Code's terminal. I just love it.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you had no VS Code and there was no PyCharm, what would you be using then?
I mean, like I started with idle, by the way, and then I started using Spider, and then Jupyter notebooks, because I was a data scientist. I'm still like a data scientist kind of person, but I love VS Code, and if it wasn't like that, I would probably use Spider again, I guess.
Spider, yeah.
Maybe give a try to PyCharm. I have never used PyCharm.
There you go. All right.
What do you use, by the way?
Well, I use VS Code, but in a world where VS Code was not a thing, I think I'd probably go back to Ninja. I use Ninja IDE. No one's ever heard of it, but I liked it.
I have never heard of it.
That's a pretty good one. All right. Okay. Well, I will let you take it away, and I'll be here afterwards for the Q&A. So if anyone has questions, post them in the comment section in the Discord, and we got a spot for that coming up.
So is there a problem with my screen? Because like there is in one, there are like reminders, and in the other, there's actual presentation. It's fine, right? So today I'm going to go over building machine learning demos, but first I would like to introduce myself a little. So I'm currently a developer advocate at Hugging Face, and I was previously a machine learning engineer for over 2 years. I was building information extraction tools and chatbots, basically. I also had this background where we were working for as a something like a consultancy job, and I was also building tabular data related models like sales prediction, churn prediction. And I was also into natural language processing, as I said. And currently I'm doing developer advocacy and open source at Hugging Face. I build tools, I do integrations, and I talk from time to time like I do here. I'm also a graduate student working in NLP. So you might have heard of Hugging Face. It has this big transformers library that is most famous of. It's an open source effort. With transformers, we basically host pre-trained models. So you might ask, what are pre-trained models? As a short answer, I could say, in machine learning, you could either train a model from scratch with your own data, or like Google or Microsoft trains these very big models for you. And you could take that model and then train it again on your data. And those models are actually called pre-trained models. And they perform even more if compared to the case that you actually train from scratch. So we basically host those kind of models. We have this big community. It started as a community. We have this big community building those models. And we host the architectures. We build the architectures of those models. Every model has this certain form of architecture. We implement them in PyTorch, TensorFlow, JAX, and other libraries. And we build tools so that you can use them to train powerful machine learning models. You know, we maintain the ecosystem for PyTorch, TensorFlow, and JAX. But these are not the only things we do. It's just the most known thing within the Hugging Face ecosystem is transformers. We also have this open source library called datasets, in which you can commit your dataset. We host community datasets. We host big canonical datasets as well. We build tools so that you can use those datasets to further fine-tune, train on your pre-trained models, basically. Yeah, this is the second big thing we have. And we have a hub, which contains all of it. We provide you datasets, models. You need to build your machine learning applications and everything in between. And you can also, in Hub, you can collaborate as a community. So this is Hugging Face Hub. If you want to train a model, like for instance, if you want to train an image classification model, or you could actually use the already existing models, it's just very convenient. In most of the cases, you will probably find a model that is going to fit your use case. It can be a question answering model. It can be a computer vision model. We used to do only NLP, but currently we have everything. We have audio classification, computer vision, everything. So going back to today's talk, I want to talk about my background a little. So I come from a data science path. I was graduated as an industrial engineer. We had those coding classes, like tons of them, but most of them were on optimization and other things that are math related. We didn't have much on the, like developer side. So one thing I found painful in my old jobs was that I was building demos to the models I created, and I was trying to deploy them, which was very funny. I had this book called Developing Web Applications with Python. You probably heard of it. It has this big giant dog in the cover. And I tried to learn, everything inside, like logging, async processes, databases, everything. And I struggled a lot. Meanwhile, I tried to build my first ever web app that was only going. I was only going to infer a model. I had to build a UI for this so that I could actually demo to the customers and the end users. So one thing I found painful was building demos to the models I trained. And I remember having to learn tons of libraries from Flask to Celery. I learned Docker. And, it was hard. I learned JavaScript to build a good front end. And all of these only to showcase my models to the stakeholders for once. It wasn't even going to do production because it looks so messy and so bad. So if you are just like me, we've got you covered with Spaces. This is for collaboration and deployment of your models. So Spaces is our new feature that lets you host machine learning demos. I'm going to explain how you build those UIs as well shortly. You can showcase your demos to the stakeholders of your projects, collaborate with your team members. You can basically host anything in Spaces. It can even be a database application where you do a dashboard. We host everything. We even host reinforcement learning agents at this point, and it's completely free, by the way. Hosting your models, hosting your demos, everything is completely free because we have this very big open source site. Your model can be in any domain. It can be NLP, it can be computer vision, audio. This is, for instance, done with Unity. It's called Snowball Fight, and it's currently hosted in Spaces. So I will quickly show you how to wrap a nice NLP application. This is my application. This is a story generator, basically, what I did. I went to the Hugging Face hub and found a story generator model. I didn't even train it myself. And I have found 2 more models, and I have stacked them up. So how I did it, I had this from French to English model for receiving French user inputs. And then in between, I have this English story generator model. And then I have a from English to French translation model so that it creates a French story. And this was done with very few lines of code, this UI. And I deployed it in minutes, and I will show you how to do that. And no, I didn't write any JavaScript code or didn't build my API with Flask. I use Gradio for this. We support both Streamlit and Gradio SDKs. If you don't know Streamlit and Gradio, Streamlit is basically this library that provides you many components to build the UI for your machine learning and database applications. So you can basically host anything. It's like you can build the UI with Streamlit in a very clean way. It can be a database application. It can be a machine learning application. It can be anything. And Gradio is more for machine learning models. Just as a side note, you are also free to use whatever you are comfortable with. But as someone coming from the data science background, Streamlit and Gradio made my life pretty easier. Okay. But how I did it, this is seriously the code that I have written to build the UI that I have just shown you. Going back. So Gradio has this encapsulation called interface. You pass your whatever you want here to appear, you just pass it. Like this French story generator using Opus MT and GPT-2 is basically the title. There's a description. There is examples part in which you hint your users about examples they can pass as an input. They have this input and output parts, you have to specify the type. So I basically defined my interface in Gradio. I passed example inputs to hint the users, defined title and description to my demo, passed 3 models as series added together. This is something else. This is called Gradio series. It's a different type of interface where one model's output goes into another model's goes into another model's input, like I have just described in the previous slides. And I have defined my input and input component, which is a text box. And I just launched it. Just uploading this piece of code, like I'm going to show you, will be enough for me to serve it online and showcase my project to the stakeholders or team members. So in here, just note that if you want to use a Hugging Face model instead of a model you have trained, you just need to put a Hugging Face prefix. So you have to call your application file app.py. This is just like Flask apps. This is to indicate that this file is your main application file. And you only need to upload the file in the to the spaces, and you can use Git large file system, Git LFS. Clone the repo. This is just this is another repo, by the way. A space is actually a repo. Clone the repo and push your model, or you can just, if you have an app.py file, you just do drag and drop. Like, this is very convenient. You go to Hugging Face, you click your own profile, and then there is new spaces. Just pick the SDK you want to use and the name of your application, drag and drop, and it is served online. You might say it's cool, but which SDK should I use? My take on this is that, so Streamlit is very flexible, like incredibly flexible with the data and everything. It has this, it has third-party library integrations a lot, like Spacey and others, like WebRTC, but these are like dependencies you have to download if you want a different type of input to your model, for instance. Meanwhile, Gradio provides it, but Gradio doesn't do like completely data applications. It's not that flexible. I just showed you Gradio over here, by the way. This is Gradio. Yeah. So Streamlit is very flexible, and you can build demos to basically anything. And Gradio is more quick, but less flexible than Streamlit, but this is my opinion. Now for a potential use case, like the main use case of this is to collaborate, because in Hugging Face, we have organizations. These organizations can be basically anything. You can also have your own organization. For instance, like I have founded an NLP lab within my school, and I have an organization for that. Like companies are collaborating together over there. You can work with your stakeholders. Like if you have trained a model, you can just build a space over it and then just, showcase it to the team members. If you have an organization, by the way, you can share your space internally. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a public space. You can make it private so that only people in your organization can see your space. So another use case is that I personally find it easy to showcase my portfolio on spaces, because I don't think that, like recruiters are actually running your repositories or running your code, like inferring your models. So they just go to a space and see if their use case is actually fitting the model you trained and showcased. So I feel like it's a good place to host your portfolio as well. So I suggest you to check out hf.co/spaces. There are many cool spaces out there. I'm just going to show you 2 examples. This one went viral. This anime gun space draws you as an anime character, and I was obsessed with it the first time I used it. And this is done by my colleague. This is a cool space that lets you chat with Gandalf. It's a Dialog GPT, GPT-J model, and you can just talk as if Gandalf is on the other side of the conversation. So if you want to get started with SDKs, I have written 2 tutorials. One is for Gradio and one is for Streamlit, and you can get started over there. And my talk is actually done. I can have questions in the meanwhile. We've just launched our Discord over there. We have like community events, sprints. We have this free course on machine learning. And in this course, it's just like boot camps. Like we have so many groups of people coming over and doing machine learning projects and showcasing them as spaces. We have talks, everything. So if you'd like to join, just you can just give the QR code. And thank you for listening. Do I have any questions, by the way? Because I am sharing my screen so that people can, I don't know, maybe join to the community. That would be nice if you could read them.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I have any questions right now. So if anyone has any questions that they want to ask,
I can stick
post
around,
in the
by the
general
way, it's
room
fine.
in Discord, or you can post in the stream here, and I'll read those if they come in. So actually, here we go. We have one. So Les asked, did you try Anvil?
What is info?
Anvil,
I don't know.
A-N-V-I-L. I don't know either.
No.
Les, what is
Maybe
Anvil?
this is like something like a fast API. Maybe is it something like that? Let me check. Anvil. Wait.
And now we're going to learn something.
It's It's something. I'm checking it out. Anvil will build web apps with nothing but Python. This looks good, but what I need, like for what I'm telling you, it's you need a really your use case is very narrow most of the time in machine learning. Like you just need something that you're going to like an input and an output. You only need that and a model in between. So you don't need like a very comprehensive kind of thing. Yeah, like if I wasn't building a machine learning demo, I would probably use like what I was using, like Flask and the everything inside it, maybe Django. But if I were to use a machine to build a nice UI for a machine learning model, I actually don't need this. I have Streamlit and Gradio, and these are what most of the data scientists and machine learning engineers are actually using. This doesn't necessarily have to be in production, but it's actually very good for demonstrating your models to your team members and showcase, or maybe just for a fun side project.
Awesome. So one question I actually have is,
Okay.
if someone were watching this thing, this sounds like a lot of fun, but the topic of machine learning is a little bit scary to get into. Like, if all the science behind it, you hear machine learning is like drinking statistics out of a fire hose. So where would you recommend somebody started for the first time? Like, oh, this looks cool. I want to build something like this, but I don't understand anything that's going on. Where would you have them start?
So currently, what I'm trying to do is like, I really want software developers to, use machine learning to build products. So my personal and my work efforts are directed into this, except for this one. So basically, currently what I'm trying to do is to let software developers build machine learning products without actually knowing everything about science. And also, like, just if you have a problem if you have a use case you need to use, just go over Hugging Face, find the task, and just build your product. I have this effort that I'm going to release very soon. A second thing I'm doing, this is my personal effort. I am trying to explain all of the machine learning algorithms from scratch. And So where I have learned it, like this is not an objective answer because I come from a sciencey kind of background. But what everyone is learning from Coursera most of the time, Andrew Ng's course called Neural Networks. What else? There are so many good courses on data camp, but they are like pricey. Yeah, I could say that. Also, there is a fast AI community that's like open to everyone. It has this course, and it has like the course is going on always, and everyone is building projects over there, and they are just learning synchronicity. So it's like a community effort to learn fast AI and PyTorch. So I would highly suggest that, but that's a bit top down. So it just gets you in from the first minute and then just dives deep in the details later. So if you are that kind of person, I would suggest that. But everyone has different background and different ways of learning. So I never suggest someone to, go and learn this. But if you are a software developer, I would suggest Andrew Ng's course. Definitely, he is simplifying the science math part a lot.
That's great. So we have a question on Discord. Does it, and I assume that means Hugging Face probably, does it also include plotting features like Plotly's Dash does?
No, we have, so Hugging Face has doesn't really have a data visualization feature. What we have is like in the hub in your models, you have your models hosted in the hub. We have a TensorBoard widget sort of that logs your models, like training curve and everything, like your loss. Another cool thing is we have a dataset viewer. In each dataset, we have a widget that hosts your data like as a data frame or like whatever the format is. But we don't have like a Matplotlib or Seaborn or Bokeh kind of thing at the moment.
Okay, that's cool. Someone else is typing a question, so I'll give them a moment. Person who asked the previous question said that was concerning spaces specifically. So, but it sounds like you answered that.
You can host your, by the way, like in my space, like it's hf.co/Merve. I have previously done like exploratory data analysis with Streamlit. Like if you go over my profile, you will see Streamlit data demo, sort of like something like that. And I have hosted, like I have this poetry data set, and I have done an exploratory data analysis over it with the Streamlit, and I am currently hosting it. So if you'd like, you can also host your exploratory data analysis or any other database application in Spaces as well. There is like no limitation, but Hugging Face is just more directed to machine learning. So most of the spaces we have are on machine learning rather than database applications. Sure. But we also have them. So.
Oh, that's very cool. Thank you. I'm going to show that QR code one more time for anyone who was wanting that here. Let's figure out which one is. There we go. There it is. It's closer. There we go. There we go. Switching the layouts can be tricky. So, but yeah, thank you, Merve, for that talk. We really appreciate that.
I'm going to stick around like for the questions in the watcher part. Thank you for hosting me today. It's an awesome thing to actually talk in pajamas. It's an absolutely dream coming true. Kudos. See ya.
That's a blast. Hey, where else can you give a Python talk in your pajamas? I mean,
it's just awesome.
Everything ever. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
All right, so I'll make sure everybody is up to date on the fun stuff coming up. So in a minute, we're going to have classification of satellite imagery using Python. So that sounds intriguing. And then after that, escaping the cargo cult, which is all about Python packaging, is going to be coming up after that. And later on, simplifying a simple Python app to Kubernetes and OpenShift. So we've been hearing all the stuff about Kubernetes and still don't know how it works. Stick around for that. Make sure that you've joined the Discord if you haven't already. Links down there in the scroll bar. or the ticker, I guess you could say. We also have a Python book giveaway. So the link's there. You can also find it in the announcements channel on our Discord. And if you want to give a lightning talk later on, there's a form for that too. So you can submit for lightning talks. Those are so much fun. If you've never done a lightning talk before, it is an absolute blast. You just basically get a few minutes to talk about whatever. And it's a great introduction to speaking. So we're gonna be back in just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, and then we're gonna get going with classification of satellite imagery using Python. So hang tight, and we'll see you in just a moment. Hey everyone, so welcome to this next talk. This is going to be classification of satellite imagery using Python. Make sure you pop into our Discord channel if you're not already. And Mahmud is actually live with us, so we're going to have a Q&A afterwards. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and bring him in here. Hey Mahmud, thanks for joining us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna let you get your screen share all configured for that. And hey, as all y'all have been seeing from the ads, by the way, this conference is generally sponsored by Microsoft. I can actually say that Python in Azure is really kind of fun. So definitely check it out. It's really super easy to get started with that, and you can run Python applications in the cloud. So little shout out to Microsoft Azure. Definitely check that out. Mahmud's going to be telling us about classification of satellite imagery using Python. So I'll add your screen share here, and I'll let you take it away.
Okay, can I start? Hello, can I start?
Yeah, go ahead. Can you hear me? You're good to go.
Okay,
There you go.
thank you. Actually, I feel really nervous because it is my first time to talk in the conference. Sorry if I make a mistakes, or so if I make you disappointed. So in this time, I will talk about the classification of satellite imagery using Python. Honestly, I am not really expert in this field because I am also new in this kind of field. It is the outline that I want to talk. First, I will talk about me, and then introductions, and talk about the type of satellites, and next dataset, type of the data, GE map. It is the library in the Python, and talking about the supervised classification for the land monitoring. Yeah, you can call me Mahmud. I'm master student in degree program in the Artificial Intelligence and Internet of Things, Thammasat University in Thailand, and Tokyo Institute of Technology in Japan. Yeah, let's talk about the remote sensing because it is the main topic in my presentations. Remote sensing is the process of detecting and monitoring something, the physical characteristics of the area by measuring the reflected emitted radiation from the suns. It is taken from the distance from the satellites, or also aircraft, or also using drones, especially special camera needed to do in the remote sensing. that can help the researchers to sense the things about the Earth. And how do satellites see the world? Yeah, how they capture the data in the Earth? Yeah, the satellite they look at the Earth from the light, which is reflected by the sun. The sun emits a lot of radiations in the form of the sunlight. The sunlight reaches the Earth, passing through the atmosphere and hits the Earth's surface. And some of the lights are being absorbed, and also some of them are being reflected and travel back to the space passing the atmosphere, which is the satellites are located. And those kind of the lights are measuring by the satellite. It is called also as passive remote sensing. And the satellite, the sunlight actually, in the form of the electromagnetic spectrum. And there are many different of the wavelengths, but for the human, we have the limitations. We only can see in the visible light from the blue to the red. While others, we need the special sensor using the sensor in the satellite or also in the aircraft or in the using drones. Yeah, the main important thing that we need to know is the wavelength has a different value from the low to the very large. And remote sensing, what is remote sensing for? Yeah, actually remote sensing already applied in the many area of the implementation or that already developed well. Remote sensing technology is used in a wide variety of disciplines in thousands of different use cases like meteorology, ecology, and geographic and another application, especially in the military, intelligence, and commercial, also in the economic and planning. When, when we talk about the history of the remote sensing, the first case implemented in the remote sensing is in the military case, a military purpose. The military use this kind of technology to surveillance and recognize the purpose during the First World War and also in the Cold War. In 1960s, with the emergence of the space programs, the satellites such as Nimbus and Lancet provide the global measurements of the various for the military, civil, and research purpose. And also in 1999, it was the first commercial satellite built to collect the very high resolution imagery. What is the type of the sensor that are being put in the remote sensings? As I mentioned before, that it used in the satellites and also in the airplanes, in the UAVs, also it's called the drones. They put the sensor in the stores to capture the data in the earth. Why I choose land monitoring? Yeah, we know that we are in the experience in the climate change, especially in the my country, Jakarta, Indonesia is the capital city of the Indonesia is Jakarta. It is predicted that in the near future, this land will be shrink. So that's why I put my interest how actually the changings of the land, how the land is being decreased or how or what is the area of the urban or built up area and the area of water in the some specific land. So that's why I choose a land monitoring in my case. Land monitoring case can refer to monitoring of urban, built up area and natural environment to identify certain features or changes, as I mentioned before, over the area of interest. And also, the main of purpose is to provide the useful information to those entities that have to make informed decisions to address the environmental, scientific, humanitarian, health, and political and security issues. We already talked about the type of sensors. Now we talk about the satellites. From the source that I already read, they divided in 5 chapters of the satellite. First one is open data satellites, and the second one is commercial satellites, and the third one weather satellites, and the fourth one is geodesy satellites, and the last one ocean satellites. You can see in each chapter I already put the kind of satellites in the open data satellites like Landsat, Sentinel, and others. Yeah, there are more actually, more the satellites. It is only one of the familiar one in the case of the in the researcher. So if you are interested more, you can visit the satellite the official website to learn more about what kind of the satellite that can be used for your case. Yeah, for the data sets, Google Earth Engine is a cloud-based platform for the geospatial data. It is a good platform, I think, that we can access many free data that we can use in our case for to and also this website you can register using only Google account that you can download some of data that is really good, I think, for the practice and also for your research interest. Yeah, if you cannot find, you can visit the official website of the satellite that I mentioned before to download or to extract the data that you need. There are two types of the data. The first one is raster and the second one is vector. For the raster, it is a gridded data or a pixel data where each pixel is associated with the specific geographical locations. The value of pixel can be continuous, or example for the case of the elevations, or the categorical is the land use. Yeah, it is my case. And for the vector features have attributes which consist of the text or numerical information that describes of the features. This data contain polygon or point or lines data. We can see in the figure or in the raster data it is gridded, while in the vector it's only put the point or line or area. But it has the same phenomenon or the same area. So, what kind of data should be used in our case? How to choose it? Yeah, it is not always easy to choose which kind of data that better for our case. So, in the end, we can answer the following question to find the better data in our research. So, the first question is, do you want to work with the pixels or coordinates? If you want to work with the pixels, raster data will be better for you, while vector data consists only of the coordinates. And the second one is, what is your map scale? If your vectors can scale objects up to the size of billboard, but you don't get any the type of flexibility with raster data. And the last one is do you have restriction for the file size? Yeah, if you have limitations, if you for your file size meaning that you have limitation of your storage, the raster data is not good for you because it has a larger compared to the vector data with the same phenomenon and the same area. GEE map, it is the Python package for the interactive mapping with the Google Earth engines. Yeah, Google Earth engine is the cloud computing platform with the multi-petabyte catalog of satellite imagery. Actually, Google engines using JavaScript language, but if you use Google GE map library, you can access Google Earth engine as in the website. So for students or researchers who would like to utilize Python ecosystems for the Google Earth engine experience, GEMap one of the library that you can use. So how to install? You can visit the website. It is already documented well. Also, they provide some example that you can learn, and to install it is easy, I think, because it has the common way to install like another package, pip install or gmap, or also you can use conda install gmap. And also for the import, yeah, it is uh, common that we can use to import some libraries in the Python. Import EE and import GEMap. So for the surprise classifications, classifier package handles supervised classification using machine learning algorithms in Google Earth engines. But in the Google Earth engines, they have a limitation of the models that we can use. It only contains is that classification and regression trees and random forest and naive bayes and super vector machine. And another model, I think it is not available yet. So for the workflow of the classification, it has the same steps that we know. It is first we collect the data for the trainings, and then instantiate a classifier, and next is training, and next is classify an image or feature collection, and the last one is assessment of the accuracy. Before going to the following step of the machine learning, we need to create an interactive map, so we can understand more easier and get more understanding about our process. To install the interactive map, we can use this command gemap.map and run it. Uh, Once you are done, run it, the system will ask you to do the authorizations, and you can choose your Google account, and next you need to allow the authorizations, and you will get the code, and copy paste this code in your field, and next you will get the interactive map. And next is what's that? Putting the study area. It is the study area that we need to do the experiments in the land monitoring. We need to put the point area using latitude and longitude. In this case, I use Landsat satellite to my study area, and next I filter it in the point of my area, and filter the date of the data in 2016 in January to 2016 December, and sort the cloud cover, and select the band of the data of my image, and visualize the parameters using three bands. Using three bands, it means it is B5, B4, and B3. It is the composite of the three bands. Once we are done at the layer, it will appear like in this figure. And next is make a training data set. As usual, that if we wanna do classification, we need a training data set. So in my case, so I used an LCD data in 2016. You can get it from the Google Earth engines. Just go to the website and find the required data of your case. And next, make a training data set. In this code, we can see the result. It is the black point. It is my training data. Actually, the number of pixels is 5,000, but when I print it, it only contains 3,588. Why? Because some area in the sea no data available. So that why it's only it created random points around 3,500. If you need more, you need to increase this number, like 1,000 or 9,000. And next is splitting the training and the testing. Using the bands for the predictions, we put the label as lane cover, and the collection data based on the points of area. And next, next we split the data. I split in 70,000, 70% of the data are allocating for the training, while the remaining is for the validations. And next is the training classifier. We use the comment to do the trainings. In this time, I just use random forest for my model. You can choose another model actually. It is the classify the image. Once we are done the training, we classify whether it created the output as our expectations. We can see in the figure the actual value is lane cover number 11. It classify also 11. What is 11? You can see in the legend. Uh, 11 is open water, means it is the area that has the point. So how good the accuracy? We need to do the accuracy assessment. Yeah, as usual for the classification, we use confusion matrix and to get the accuracy. By running the code, we can see that the accuracy is really good, I think, because it results around 94 of the accuracy. Thank you. I'm Mahmud. Back to you.
Thank you so much. So yeah, we got a couple minutes here. If anyone has any questions for Mahmud, you can put it in the comment section here on the stream, or you can drop it into drop it in a Discord, and I can read it out loud. So I have one actually. So, and it's a little bit about you. Like, how did you wind up getting into this, like processing satellite imagery? How'd you get into that?
Sorry, can you repeat?
How did you get into this? Analyzing satellite imagery with Python. How did you get started with that?
Oh, okay. Actually, it is based on my research topic in my university. So, the actual topic is mapping property using satellite imagery. But before doing that, I need to do the classification for the urban area and the remote area. So I go to the website GE Map to support my understanding about the satellite imagery of classification.
That is cool.
I'm still newbie in this kind of field actually.
Well, you know more about it than I do, that's for sure. Oh man, what is your so far, like fully all the processing you've done? What's one of your favorite things to? I'm trying to think what the term you use, not model, but like what's one of your favorite things to find out from maps when you're analyzing them like this?
Yeah, one thing that make me amazed is always that actually I never learned about the geography. I just use Google Map for the map in my daily activity. But when I learn this kind of field, I can understand how and get the information not only about the location but also to detect some what's that specific information. Let's say in the area, I can understand how many changes in the area of the land, or let's say in Indonesia it's called the tropic area that contains many forests, but day by day the forest changes and decrease because of deforestation, so I can understand the changes. Yeah, it is really good for me, I think.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
thank you so much for being here. It was a blast listening to you. And hey, you know what? You were smooth, man. You were smooth.
Yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you so much. And I assume you'll be around in the Discord if anyone has any further questions for you, right?
Okay.
So they can find you in Discord then?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So if you have any other questions for Mahmud, tag him over in the Pyjamas Discord. So thank you so much. Speaking of Discord, make sure that you are on there if you haven't joined already. There's a little ticker going on the bottom there. And reminder, we've got a packet giveaway, a chance to win a Python book. So make sure you enter that. If you can't type links that fast, you can also find the link over in the announcements section of our Discord channel. And you can also sign up to do a lightning talk. Those are a lot of fun if you've never given a talk at a conference before, or you wanted to give one, but you just didn't happen to get tagged this time around. That's a great way to have just a few minutes to talk about, whatever floats your boat. So sign up for that. Those are always a blast. So next up on the agenda, coming up here in a minute, we have Escaping the Cargo Cult, which is all about Python packaging. And then a little later on, we're going to hear about deploying a simple Python application to Kubernetes and OpenShift. So you no longer have an excuse to avoid Kubernetes. We'll talk about that there. And then later on, MongoDB and Python, perfect match. So a bit of MongoDB there in the mix. And then after those three talks, we're going to have a bit of a break before the next block. So great chance to stretch your legs. But don't go anywhere yet. Well, go anywhere you like for the next couple of minutes. We're going to go on a quick break, and then we're going to come back to Escaping the Cargo Cult. So don't touch that dial. Go refill your coffee, and we'll see you here in a few minutes. Hey, welcome back. I'm Jason McDonald, your host for this block of Pyjamas. I also happen to be the next person who's going to be talking to you for the next 20 minutes or so I get to introduce myself. I'm going to be talking here in just a minute about escaping the cargo cult. So if you've ever done any Python packaging and gone, what in the hay am I even doing here? Decrypting that in that talk. And of course, hang around because we're going to be talking about Kubernetes and OpenShift. Later on, we got a speaker for that, JJ Asghar. And then later on, MongoDB and Python. Fun stuff coming up in the rest of this block. So definitely hang around. Make sure you join our Discord if you have not already. Make sure you are in that giveaway for that Python book from Packet. And if you want to do a lightning talk, be sure to sign up for that. I'm going to actually go ahead and bring up my own little thing here. Because, like I said, I have my own talk now. So the cargo cult, you might be familiar with this term. You may have heard it before. Avoiding the cargo cult. What is the cargo cult? Usually you hear it in relation to Python. So a little bit about me, if you haven't already caught from my introduction so far throughout this whole block. My name is Jason McDonald. I am a software developer currently at Canonical, a software engineer. I also train a lot of interns at Mousepaw Media. And I'm also an author and speaker, obviously. So feedback is a very, very important part of my life. Actually, and see, I just confused myself with another talk. Go figure. Hi, I'm awake. Okay, this is about packaging. So what is the cargo cult? Yeah, I just gave it away. If you've been reading the schedule, I'm talking later too. So what is the cargo cult? Let me get my computer respond here. So the term comes from a strange phenomenon that occurred in the South Pacific at the close of World War II. Basically, the cargo cult is imitating actions or structures without understanding them in hopes of achieving a related outcome. Basically, what happened is that during World War II, the Allied forces were needing to use South Pacific islands as temporary bases of operation. So they were using them for their landing strips, and they had planes coming in and leaving, and they had, barracks there temporarily. And so, but military rations isn't always the greatest thing. So while they were bringing in all this food and medical supplies and other stuff for the troops, didn't include things like fresh vegetables, fresh fruit. So they would trade some of the equipment that they had, some of the supplies they had, for local produce, local fresh food. Well, this was in many cases one of the only exposures some of these South Pacific cultures actually had with the Western modern civilization. And so any sufficiently advanced technology looks like magic. So they really grew to appreciate this food and supplies and medicine. So when the Allies pulled out after the end of World War II, taking all this with them, it was hard to understand what happened. And so there were these groups in the South Pacific Islands that would start building these planes and building radio control towers and airplane control towers and headphones out of coconut shells, and having military parades in hopes that by imitating the rituals they had observed, they would summon back the gods and their great metal birds with all of these gifts of heaven. Not even kidding. So, of course, it didn't work because they didn't understand what all these things were for. So cargo cult is imitating actions or structures without understanding them in hopes of achieving a related outcome. So, as soon as my thing responds to me, let's talk about Python packaging. Packaging is fun, right? Everybody loves packaging. Look at that happy platypus. By the way, if you want that sticker, go to monitoring.club. So, packaging is a lot of fun. Clearly, everyone seems to enjoy it, right? Not exactly. Because you're trying to figure out how to package your application. You're trying to follow instructions. It's not making sense. So you ask for help, and what do you get? A template. Here's a setup.py file. Just put this in your project and you're good to go. Well, unfortunately, we do that. We put it in the project. Things don't work the way we intended. We begin questioning our career choices around this point because we don't understand how to package this. Cargo cult is imitating actions or structures without understanding them in hopes of achieving a related outcome. So the best way out of this little mess then is to understand what these things do, why they're there, why we use them. Now, I'm going to cover all of these things, but you don't have to memorize this now. The main thing is to understand what's happening with these files and the patterns you see in them. So when you see it again, templates can be great, so you don't have to memorize it, but you should always understand what's in those templates, why it's there, and know how to tailor it to what you need. So that's what I'm going to be doing with this talk. And we're going to start right at the top with, actually, before I do that, by the way, the explanation I'm giving is coming from my book, Dead Simple Python, which is coming out next year from No Starch Press. I have been saying for a couple of years it's coming out. I promise it is. COVID has really messed up a lot of things, including publication pipelines. So this is coming, I promise. I even have a fancy cover for it, so it is on its way. And I have a whole chapter dedicated to this topic of packaging in Python. So if you want to know more, check out that book. So let's start with the source folder. Why would we want to use this at all? Well, the source folder, I didn't used to be a huge fan of. It's recommended to put all of the source code for your packages into a dedicated source folder. At least that's what is said. My friend Kyle Altendorf introduced me to this technique because I was like, I don't want to do this. Isn't this just complicating my folder structure? What about flat is better than nested in the Zen of Python? He said, well, that applies to code, not to your repository. And he explained why this was such a brilliant technique. So the nice thing about source, having a source folder, is that it simplifies your packaging scripts, as you're going to see shortly. You can do a lot of the same stuff without it, but it just takes a little bit more work to engineer it. So it saves you so much time just to put all of your source code for your project into a source folder. It also keeps your source code and your packaging scripts clearly separate. And this is helpful when you're trying to find something relatively quickly. It also is nice so you don't accidentally include some packaging scripts in the final product. So it keeps the two clean and separate. Most importantly, though, is it prevents common packaging mistakes. It's so easy to get packaging wrong. So it prevents those mistakes because it forces you to actually install the package you're building in order to run your tests. Which catches all the assumptions you were also making in your Python code about things like current working directory that just don't work outside of your development environment. So this gets around those. It works on my machine deals. And it also ensures you solve this problem of packaging early on in your project instead of making the mistake I've made a couple of times, which is building the thing, testing it out, works great. Now let's package it. And that taking several times longer than building the code itself. Okay, problem here, pardon the dog. The problem here is that installing sounds scary. I mean, how am I supposed to install this package when I don't even know how to package it? Patience. We're going to get there, and it's going to make sense, but we need to get a couple things into place first. And the first thing is this setup.py file. This is, you probably not surprised here. You've seen a million of these floating around the internet. Setup.py, clearly this contains all of your packaging scripts. It certainly has historically. Here's the one I recommend you use. As soon as I can get it to come up. Yeah, no, that's actually the whole thing. See, there's this transition in setup tools from setup.py to, hold on, I have a dog here. Go on. Yes, yeah, I know you're cameoing. Go on. Life with dogs, never work with dogs. Actually, I always work with dogs. I love dogs. So there's this transition in Python packaging to move from setup.py, which is a very procedural way of packaging, to setup.cfg, which is a declarative way of packaging, as you're going to see. That means setup.py isn't actually really needed most of the time anymore. All I'm doing here is I have a shebang. I'm importing setup from setup tools, and then I'm calling setup. And this is really just a compatibility shim. If you're on the newest version of Python, newest version of setup tools, you probably don't even need this. But it's nice to have it there for that compatibility with recent but older versions of Python. By the way, you may be thinking right about now, hey, you're using setup tools. I've heard that Poetry and Flit are so much better. Maybe they are. Here's the nice thing about knowing setup tools is that when you understand the goals of packaging and how this whole thing is working from the perspective of setup tools, which is kind of the norm, is where everybody starts from, then you can see what's so great about Poetry, what's so great about Flit, and you can better understand what they're doing, what sets them apart. And there are actually some things that are shared between the two. So knowing setup tools is always a helpful thing, even if you're going to use, tools like Poetry, which are thoroughly awesome. So that's why I'm focusing on setup tools here. So setup.py contained all of that little bit of procedural, like just calling setup. So everything else then has to go somewhere else, and it's now in this setup.cfg file. This is declarative. It just contains all of the information about your project. And actually, it's not just setup tools that uses this. Some other packaging tools also refer to setup.cfg. So it can be helpful even with other tools. So right at the top, I have this metadata section, and I define all this data about my project, the name, the version, the description, and so on. The license file equals license. I'm actually pulling in from a license file here, which is in my project. So that's fine. Author, email URL. So this is good to have there anyway, and it's also very nice for when you upload to PyPy. If you're going to be working with PyPy, which is the Python package index, you also want to have a nice project description page on their website. And you can get this from your README file. So we have this long description section, and we say file : README. So that's reading in the contents of the file README. And then long description content type is saying, how do we interpret this README file? In this case, it's a markdown file, and it's UTF-8. As you can guess, there's other file types. Plain text and restructured text are two good examples. And so you can change this depending on what you wrote that README file in. Also, if you're uploading to PyPy, it's very helpful to have some project URLs. These are going to appear on the side. I don't know if you can actually see these. Yeah, project links right there. You see homepage on the left-hand side of that little screenshot down there. So this is coming from here. So you can include all these different URLs for, like, where do you report a bug? Where do you donate to the project? Where's the source code, etc. So that can go there. Additionally, you can include search keywords for use on PyPy. There are some other things that use this too. And classifiers. This is unique to the Python package index. They have this big old document. If you just Google PyPy listing categories, you will see this big old documentation of all the different categories they have. And you just select the ones that are relevant. So this helps people find your package based on, are they looking for end user software that's open source, runs on Python 3.7, GUI application, whatever they're looking for. This helps find that. Now, moving out of metadata and into the real nitty-gritty of this. This section is why the source directory is so awesome. So under the options section, I say the package directory, that is the directory that contains all the packages, is source and whatever's under it. And so it's a funny little bit of syntax, but this is all I have to do. I just say the package directory is source, and now we know packages are all found under source. What are the packages that it's going to find? Well, we can actually tell it to find those packages by calling this find function. Find : is calling this function. This is actually setup tools find if you're used to setup.py. So this is just calling that. And then we need to pass some options to this find function. So we have this options.packages.find section in setup.cfg, and we pass to the where field, we pass source. Source being just the directory. Sorry about the dogs. So this is the directory where you're going to find all the packages. You also need to include all of the non-code data that you want in your project. And so you need this option, include package data equals true. But this is not enough. You also have to tell setup tools what this data is. We're going to come back to that with the manifest.in file. We have our installation dependencies, of course. This is also under the options section. So installation requires what packages do we need for this project. In this case, Timecard, project I'm packaging here, requires PySide 2, at least version 5.15. Those are the official Qt bindings for Python, by the way. And then Aptors. I love Aptors. I use it in everything. So that needs to be at least version 1.4. I also want to use Python version 3.6 or later. I don't want to use Python. I don't want to say this supports Python 4. I don't even know what Python 4 is. I don't know if we're ever even going to have a Python 4, but because backward compatibility is not guaranteed between major versions, I prefer just to say it's not compatible with it and then find out later. There's some debate among my colleagues about this, but I like doing it that way. I can also have optional dependencies. So for example, I have under options.extras require, I have a test set of dependencies. And PyTest is the one thing I want to install, but I could include whatever else like Tox or Flake8 that I wanted in there. And we're going to come back to this later. So now the question, how do we actually start the program? And we can define some entry points for our program. Because this is a GUI program, I'm going to put this under the GUI script section of options.entrypoints. And so timecard app is going to be the name of the entry point. That's what I would type into the command line. That's the name of the executable, as it were. I put that in ironic quotes because it's not exactly what you typically think of with an executable, but you just invoke it like you would a binary, like you would a program. And this is just going to point to the timecard package, the Dunder main module, and then the main function inside of that. So you can point to anywhere in any of the packages, and you can have as many of these entry points as you want. So if you have multiple tools or multiple components and you want them each to have their own little executable handle there in the environment, you can define all of those. Console scripts, same thing. If it's a console program, you put it under console scripts instead. It's exact same syntax. So if you have a command line based program, then you can have one or more entry points for that too. And you can mix and match. You can have your GUI scripts. Below that, you can have your console scripts if you have both GUI and CLI entry points. The next file is pyproject.toml, which if you've done Python packaging before, a while ago, this might feel a bit new. So pyproject.toml, its primary purpose is to define which build backend we're using. In this case, we're using setup tools. So we're saying that the build system needs to have setup tools, at least version 4.8 installed. And we also need wheel installed. So we can define what we require for the actual build system to function. And then we specify that the build backend is setup tools.build_meta. That is our build backend. And you can change this out to be Poetry or Flit or whatever you're using. So you can switch out your build system. The goal here being that setup.cfg has that metadata that everything can use. pyproject.toml switches the backend. And so really you're switching your tools without having to rewrite your scripts. That is the end goal here on the part of the people working on this. pyproject.toml, though, can also contain settings for your tools like Tox. So you can put those in here in their own dedicated sections. Other things like coverage, same story. Interestingly, though, that there's some controversy surrounding this because there are some developers and some projects that really, really hate TOML. That they hate pyproject.toml. One of the reasons I say is because there is no official TOML parser, batteries included, in Python. So you have to install the third-party dependency, and they hate that. Others say they just don't like the TOML format. They wish that something else had been used because maybe they think it's, it feels like an odd language choice. Why couldn't we just use an INI? It's similar enough. All these other things. So there's all these reasons why some groups don't like it. Flake8 is dead set against this. They hate pyproject.toml, refuse to touch it with a 10-foot pole, which spawned the fork Flake9, which supports pyproject.toml and otherwise is the same as Flake8 upstream. So funny story there. Other people, though, love pyproject.toml. I enjoy it because it means I have less configuration files, which means less clutter. I just have this one configuration file for all of my tools. It's all in one place. Very handy. So bit of a debate going on there. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out in the future with Python. So the next file we need is manifest.in. I mentioned this one earlier. This is for including non-code files. For example, in my setup.cfg, I reference the files readme.md and license. I need to actually include those in my package, or I will be able to package my code. So I include readme.md and license here explicitly in this manifest.in files in the root of my repository, as is the readme and the license. So this is just saying include these from this current directory, the root of the repository. I also want to include, in this case, all the contents of a directory within source. So source, timecard, resources, and then I just glob pattern it. Everything within the resources file. This is not recursive. This is just the files that are directly in that directory. But this is very helpful for pulling in all of those resources I have sitting in source. So this will make sure that they stay in their relative location. So this is the correct way to include these resources. If your code is referring to them, then this is the way to include them. I can also recursively include some stuff. I want to include some stuff from out of place, an out of place directory. I have this separate directory in my repository called distribution resources. It has my logo file. It has my my .desktop file for installing on Linux. And so I want to include everything in this directory. So I say recursive include because I have some subdirectories there. Distribution resources, and then star, just include everything from there. There's some other commands you can use with manifest.in like exclude. So like you can include a directory, include a bunch of stuff, then you can exclude a particular directory or particular file type. Lots more things you can do with this. Fairly standard glob patterns in use. So we got everything we need in place now. How do we install this thing? That's very important to move forward, is actually installing our package. So because we put all that work in, all we have to do is this. Within a virtual environment, that's our venv bin pip, we're going to install the source code directly. That's that -e. So if we change the source code, what's in that source directory, then rerunning the program, rerunning the test is going to see those changes live. It is helpful to try at least once dropping this -e, I've been told, but still it's very convenient when you're iteratively developing. So we're installing the source code directly, and then that dot just means install according to the setup.cfg file that is sitting in this directory. And so it's going to just install your project according to the packaging scripts that are right there. So you're running this in the root of your repository, and you are done. Now you can invoke it by calling that entry point that you defined earlier in setup.cfg, called venv bin timecard app, and it works. All there is to it. I'm now running, and I'm running it in the exact same way that the end user will be running my package. So I don't have to worry about portability or it works on my machine. It is just working. Okay, testing. There's two ways to approach testing: in-place tests or out-of-place tests. Which one do you choose? There's a lot of debate about this online. I'm going to make it very, very simple by being opinionated. I really recommend out-of-place tests. This is, again, an area where I'm like, hey, I used to like in-place tests. I thought it was much more convenient. Out-of-place seemed a little scary. But once again, my friend Kyle Altendorf talked me into it. So basically, the idea of out-of-place tests is that your tests belong in a separate directory from your source directory. This might feel strange. Why not just include them in the source code? So much easier to run them, right? Well, the nice thing about this is it forces you to run the test on your installed package. So this ensures you're solving that packaging early, that you are testing the code in the exact same way that the end user will be interacting with it. So they're importing the package same way you would be. So there's none of that works on my machine business, and it prevents accidentally shipping the test in the package, which in many cases you don't want to do. You can do in-place testing, but this works in most cases. If you're thinking, well, I want to include them in the package, you can do that. You can modify your setup.cfg. I won't go into that here, but most of the time you don't need to include your tests in your end user distribution. So to run this, we need to install those testing dependencies. So we pip install -e like before, but instead of just saying dot, we're saying dot, and then in square brackets or braces, we're saying test. This is that optional dependency that we had earlier in setup.cfg. So I said test, and I want to install PyTest. That is going to install PyTest. Single quotes there, by the way, are because this is in Bash. So it's nothing fancy there. This is just Bash. But whatever I would name that, if I would name that Bob here, then I would install Bob. So you can have as many of these optional dependencies as you want, which is really helpful, by the way, if you offer like multiple bindings, like maybe you offer bindings for your library for SDL and for glue. Which one do you want to install? You can use this to let people install optional bindings, optional things for your code. So, but in this case, we're using it to install our testing dependencies, which we can then just invoke directly inside the virtual environment. This is all you do. PyTest is able to run right here because not only does it know how to look for that test directory, but it's not actually looking for your source directory. It doesn't care about that. All it knows is that the package is available in the virtual environment. It can be imported like any other Python package, no funny business with the path at all. And it can just import it and run it the same way the end user would. Did this one time, fell in love with it. This is so easy. I can copy the same pattern between my projects and modify the scripts to fit what I'm doing. It is so easy to get started. I love this pattern. So if you want to see this in action, by the way, you can see the repository on my github.com/codemouse92/timecard. That is where I have all of the source code for this, if you want to see it in action. I also have a command line application, text proof, same story. Now, little thing about text proof, I intended to update it for this talk. Right now it shows setup.py, and I want to show setup.cfg. It will later. So if you're watching this in the future, it's probably already been updated. But in the meantime, or if you go backwards in the Git commit history, you can actually see the version with setup.py. So if you're curious how you translate from one to the other, it's not terribly confusing to move from setup.py to setup.cfg. Once you know the patterns of the two files, it's very easy to move stuff from one to the other. And you can see that in these projects. But these are examples of Python packaging. If you want to learn more about Python packaging, also you can check out the Python Packaging Authority at packaging.python.org. Great lot. Thank you to Bernat Gabor for editing the chapter that this talk is based on. I revised it based on his edits. Really appreciate that. So you can find tutorials, documentation, whatnot at that link. Python Packaging Authority isn't really all that formal, but it's just a group of all the people who build the Python packaging tools. So they work together to ensure that there's good, clear documentation and clear guidance as Python moves forward to make Python packaging less painful in the future. So that is how you escape the carpal cult. So thanks for joining me for that. And if anyone has any questions, I've got a couple minutes here. I talked almost to the end, but I am taking questions in the comment section here. Probably have time for at least one, or in Discord. And yeah, actually, go for it, Chuk.
Yeah, so it's really good talk. So I've been listening in because myself always have problem packaging because again, like a few things that I always found challenging is like I have a question recently that shall I move to the PyProject.toml because like we have been using setup.py, everything is okay, but like is it worth changing it to poetry, for example?
I would say it's worth switching to PyProject.toml now, definitely, because this is the idiomatic pattern, moving forward from now until probably the end of eternity, or at least until they come up with something better. And the nice thing about it is if you do that, if you make that transition, then if you later decide to switch to Poetry or Flint, it's going to make that transition so much easier. because again, the whole idea is that you don't have to figure out your packaging all over again each time you do it, that you can switch your tools with fairly minimal tweaks to your packaging scripts. So that is the intention moving forward. So switching to PyProject.toml and the setup.cfg is definitely a good investment in just kind of forward compatibility.
Yeah. Also, another problem I have is like I do all the things that like you don't recommend in the talk. So like I have to test like in in the source and like things. So like if I think when I started the project, I was trying to like put the test and the source code itself on a parallel kind of structure, but I come across the problem of like then you have to install your package before you can run the test, right? So if you're using talks, like do you like include the project itself, or like how would you go for that like have setup?
With talks, and actually I'm trying to remember which of the two. I actually did include this in one of my two examples. I actually do have talks in there, or I should. If I don't, it will be in there after this talk because I have to make sure it's in there to match the book. But talks, this format I talked about with the out-of-place tests worked really well with talks, actually. See, the thing is that talks as it is going to actually create these virtual environments anyway. Like it's going to just recreate these. So when you follow these patterns, then talks works really well with that because it can set up the virtual environment, installing this package, just normal pip install and running the tests there. So this works really well with talks. I'm not sure if I'm missing your question.
Yeah, that's actually good. I actually want to try it as well. So maybe we have to change notes after that, or if you have the example, I would like to have a look.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, and then I think that's all my questions, and I would give you to wear your host hat back on.
Yeah, take this one off, put the other one on.
Yes. Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Chuk. Thank you. And I have to say thank you so much for being my backup during this whole block. Chuk's been back there behind the scenes playing videos, making sure nothing catches fire, which is wonderful because when you're doing it alone and things catch fire, you don't have anyone to save you. So Chuk's there as my rescue. So thank you so much. So yeah, we are moving right along with our fun. It may feel like we're a little behind schedule. We are on time, actually, because this last talk is going to be a little bit shorter. So we are golden, actually. So coming up next in just a minute, we have deploying a simple Python app to Kubernetes and OpenShift. Don't worry, JJ, I'm not going to cut you short. You are going to be good. And then later on, MongoDB and Python, a perfect match. And then after that, we're going to be taking a half-hour break to go and refuel for the next little block here. So hang tight, and we will be back right after these messages. All right, so next up here we have JJ Asghar talking about deploying a simple Python app to Kubernetes and OpenShift. Kubernetes is a thing I keep hearing about and keep avoiding learning because I'm terrified of it. So I can't escape now. Hey, JJ.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Well, it could be better, could be worse, to be honest with you. Could be better, could be worse.
I think you just described the last 2 years in a nutshell.
There you go. There you go.
All right. Well, I'm going to turn this over to you, and then I assume we'll have some few minutes for Q&A afterwards. So is that good by you?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
We're just to verify it's 30 minutes, right?
Yep. It's 30 minutes, and don't worry, you can go till 5 past here. With Q&A, whole block with, you're good. Okay. So here's this, and I'll let you take that away.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Jason. So yes, hi everybody. My name is JJ Asghar, and I'm a developer advocate for the IBM Cloud. I really do have the email address of awesome@ibm.com. And if you know anything about IBM, the email addresses are famously bad. So for me to get that email address just shows my ability to do paperwork. And also, if you're ever looking for me, best place to find me actually is on Twitter, and you can find me at JJ Asghar. So today I'm going to deploy a simple app to OpenShift or Kubernetes. Before I do that, we need to have the same vernacular. So I'm going to spend in way too short amount of time talking about what Kubernetes and OpenShift is. And then as soon as I can, I'm going to get to the demo where we'll flip over and I will actually pull something off of GitHub and deploy it to OpenShift. So here we go. So everything needs to be starting out with some building blocks. So I'm going to start right there. I'm going to start from the very foundational knowledge that you need to have. And again, I'm going to touch only the things you need to know for this to work. There is so much more to this ecosystem that if it tickles any of your fancy, you should delve farther into it. But at least we'll be able to talk the same language. So everything starts with something called a container. This is supposed to be a nice little joke up in the corner here. I got yelled at by my marketing team saying that we're not allowed to use the Docker logo. So I'm an old man yelling at the cloud. But containers there are multiple different offerings out there. There's something called Podman. There's something called Builda. There's something called Docker. And there's even something called Canico now. They're all different ways of interacting with the build technology. They all adhere to something called the OCI spec, which is the standard. Everything needs a container registry, which is a way to actually store the container. Everything's built from something called a Docker file. And of course, as long as you have a container runtime, you package the container and it can build and run anywhere. So it takes away that whole, it used to work on my laptop story. Now, if you containerize it, as long as you have an OCI spec or a container runtime, you can run the container on my laptop, on OpenShift, on Kubernetes, on Nomad. It does not matter as long as it's containerized. So as you start building up containers to actually run applications, you need a way to orchestrate them. And that's where actually Kubernetes comes into play. Now, this is the slide's a little out of date, so sorry about that. But Kubernetes is just a container orchestration. There's no long-term support around it. There's quarterly minor releases, and I think that's going to be changing soon. Everything's done by community support, though there are companies like Amazon, like Google, like IBM Cloud, of course, that have Kubernetes offerings that will run Kubernetes for you, so you don't have to worry about it. But if something goes pear-shaped, you are out of luck, unfortunately, because Kubernetes has only community support. Also, a very important thing to know about Kubernetes is that it's a very limited core framework. If you ever go to landscape.cncf.io, you'll notice very quickly that the Kubernetes ecosystem is massive. There's so many different things that need to be ran now to be able to make it something enterprise ready or production ready, because all Kubernetes is, when you look at it straight on and really, really stare at it, all it is an API to compute. You give Kubernetes a container, it will find some way to run that container for you, and that's it. There's no security, there's no log, well, there is some logging around it, but there's no aggregator logging. And it's really, really, really just a core framework. And that's really scary to a lot of businesses because things like OpenShift exist. OpenShift is the best of breed, according to Red Hat and IBM, of the different projects out there that layer on top of OpenShift to give you a truly production grade open source Kubernetes offering that you can run your business on. It is guaranteed. And the beauty of it is that it comes with the Red Hat guarantee of 10 years support. So it really is truly enterprise ready for it. It adds some really strong guardrails around it too. So as a developer, you have the beauty of only needing knowing the interface directly into it, where you don't have to worry about it. Operations people like me, of course, have a lot more levers to pull, but as a developer, you have just one interface into it. Granted, it is opinionated, so you do really need to go whole hog into it. But if you are looking to run your business on Kubernetes, you can actually just run it on OpenShift and have all these things. You will notice I will use Kubernetes and OpenShift interchangeably, but I will make it very known when I do mention something that is specifically on OpenShift, and my demo is on OpenShift compared to Kubernetes. So as I was saying earlier, that containers the smallest and the core technology underneath Kubernetes, that's actually a lie. It's the smallest thing that Kubernetes or OpenShift knows about is something called deployments. As you see here, this is a typical way of setting up deployments where you have n number of containers in something called a pod, which is a collection of the containers to run your application. There's a lot of religious wars around it. Just bear with me. Don't worry about it. And then you have a deployment called, for instance, a deployment record of 2 here, where it will take and run 2 instances of your pod somewhere on your Kubernetes OpenShift cluster. As you see here, Kubernetes and OpenShift, this is the interface. You tell it, hey, I want to run 2 of pod A's, which has n number of containers inside of it. It will make sure it's always running. As you can see here, there's only 1 container in this pod. There's 3 containers inside of here, and there are 2 replicas here. Now, just to make sure that you understand it, there are things called nodes inside of OpenShift and Kubernetes, whereas the actual compute that runs the thing. So when you give Kubernetes your pod, it goes, or you give it the declaration of 2 pods, it will find 2 nodes, 2 basically CPUs, can be VMs, could be bare metal, it can be laptops, it can never actually be other containers, which gets really turtles all the way down. Kind of way, but it will always do that. Now, as a developer, you don't need to know about nodes, unless, of course, you need some anti-affinity rules or affinity rules for like ML, and you have like a graphics card in there or something like that. But in general, you don't need to know about nodes. You just need to have that one interface, which is Kubernetes or OpenShift. So let's talk about some internal concepts of Kubernetes and OpenShift so we can keep going. And I'm going to start speeding up because I really do want to get to the demo because it's the funnest part of this whole talk. First thing first, because we all live on the internet, we have DNS, and of course, Kubernetes has its own DNS built inside of it called kubedns. And as you can see here, you declare something called a service, and the service maps to pods to tell it working, hey, if you need to go to foo web here, the pod asks about it. This is all internal. Granted, you can make it external now with some plugins, but that's out of the scope of this conversation. And the internal pod says, hey, I need to go to foo web. It goes off and looks over to here, says, hey, foo web maps to pod C. Let's do the thing. Yay, that's great. So I don't need to know about the name of the pods or anything. I just need to know about foo-web. The next thing you need to know about is something called namespaces. Namespaces is actually how you slice and dice up a Kubernetes cluster. So now, instead of you having, your friend's laptop, who's the QA environment, now you can actually use the exact same production hardware to run your application in a walled garden. As you can see here, these are 2 exactly the same applications. One's called your application and one's called my application. Now, in the most purest sense of the form, you cannot cross namespaces. Of course, there are ways to get around it now with the other things, and that's out of the scope of this. But when you do look at the purest sense of Kubernetes and OpenShift, you create a namespace of dev, QA, and prod. They will never be able to talk to one another. They will be completely isolated and running on the same hardware, which is really nice because now you're actually running your dev systems on the same hardware your production environment works. So you can actually do real performance testing and things like that, which is a real problem nowadays. When you take it to the next step, there's something called projects, which is a layer on top of namespaces when it comes to OpenShift. Now, unfortunately, you don't see these little X's right here. There's real RBAC with projects. So one of the best portions of OpenShift is that you can put your RBAC, whatever it is, whatever LDAP system you use, like Active Directory or GitHub, or it doesn't really matter, where you can actually say, hey, certain people have certain permissions to certain projects to be able to do X, Y, and Z. And then there's a built-in CI/CD pipeline where you can actually say only the automated system, for instance, can push into prod. I can, as this developer, I can do all my dev work, and when I merge to main or whatever, it kicks off a job and pushes it into prod, which is pretty damn cool. That's one of the demos I'll be showing here in a moment. Now, because you have n number of pods of running on a cluster, you need some way to speak to them. And there's a service called a load balancer, which just literally allows you to run a load balancer inside your Kubernetes cluster and level load between multiple pods inside of it. There is a ton of information, what I just said in there underneath it, and there can actually be your own talk just about the load balancer and all the levers and pulleys you can pull for it. But again, I want to get to the demo as quickly as possible, but to know that there is a load balancer and a way to work for that. The hardest thing you need to understand about in Kubernetes, and if you really do grasp this concept, you will actually be eons ahead of the majority of people out there. It's called an ingress. An ingress, in the shortest, simplest way to describe it, is the way to map your endpoints of your application for Kubernetes to know about it, which sounds weird when you say it out loud, but then when you really start thinking about it, you need a way to know where the service for foo web and foo data are. And that's what an ingress does. It gives you a static way to be able to write all this information out via YAML. As you see here is a really bad example, but it is an example of an ingress YAML. As it gets larger and larger and you add more and more microservices, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it becomes, frankly, unwieldy, which is one of the reasons why routes exist. Routes, which is one of the best parts of OpenShift, is a way for 2 commands or 1 checkbox, which will actually expose all that information you need to know for your application, which I will be showing here momentarily. As you can probably tell, that's a really, really ugly diagram that's really hard to understand when you literally just have a web browser talking to a route and it just makes the things happen. Of course, that seems so much better. I'm a professional talker, can you tell? Anyway, so let's talk about some ecosystem things just so we can talk around it. Just so if you ever hear these concepts, you have at least some cognitive understanding of where that comes into. First thing you need to know is something called Helm. Helm has become the de facto package manager when it comes to vanilla Kubernetes. There's also things called operators out there, but this is a way to programmatically talk to your Kubernetes cluster to install the things you need to run your application on, which is important to know. So Helm, if you ever hear it, a Helm chart, it's basically a way to run a package on Kubernetes. The next thing you might hear is something called Istio, or something called a service mesh. As you get into deeper and deeper microservices, you start realizing you need ways to have a control layer of the microservices to do secure communication, circuit breaking, the way to actually track through the microservice. And that's where Istio comes into play. There's a couple different players in the space right now. IBM is highly invested into Istio, which brings in a lot of really neat stuff. And there's a few workshops out there that if you're interested, please reach out to me, awesome@ibm.com. I'll be more than willing to help you point in that direction and or help you understand what's going on in that space. And then finally, there's the thing called Knative, which is basically the serverless platform on top of Kubernetes. So we all know about Amazon Lambda and other serverless platforms out there. But if you have a Kubernetes cluster, you can run Knative inside of that cluster. It gives you the same kind of interface that Lambda uses, which is important to know. So this has the ability to actually run a serverless on top of it inside of the cluster, inside your own data center, or inside your own VPC, or however you decide to use it, which is important for enterprises in general. Okay, so Jason, if you wouldn't mind unsharing my screen so I can bring over my other, please. Oop, I just lost my mouse. Let's see here. Share. Oh, maybe I can just do this like this. No, I can't do that. Okay, share screen. Now, if anything embarrassing pops up while I'm doing this, I apologize ahead of time. I'm bringing that in, Jason. Thank you. Now, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy this amazing, amazing app. Let me make this a little bit bigger for people. So as you see here, I have a Python application called app.py. It is a Flask application, and it is the most amazing app in the world. All it does is return a string, but it is a Python app. It is a Python app. So what we're going to do is I'm going to come over here, and this is OpenShift right here, if you've never seen, or this is IBM Cloud. I have an OpenShift cluster called Asghar Labs right here. And this is actually the interface into it. So this is just OpenShift, which is pretty neat. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to become a developer. And I'm going to create a project, as I was talking about earlier. And let's call this Pyjamas. See if I can make that a little bit bigger so people can see it. I'm going to go ahead and create. And as you saw, this is on GitHub. You're more than welcome to steal this if you need to in the future, or in the future, I guess. But all I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to the top of the directory. I'm going to go ahead and copy this link right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and come in here. As you can see here already, it's giving me some options. I'm going to go ahead and from Git. I'm going to go ahead and hide that. I'm going to go ahead and throw this URL right into here. And as you can see, it validated, it already discovered that it's a Python application, which you get, I mean, is pretty cool. It tells me, hey, you can choose whatever build you're going to do. I'm going to use something called the UBI, which is like basically Alpine, if you don't know what that is. And then I'm going to call this application name. I'm going to create that deployment. Remember that deployment I was talking about earlier. And then finally, I'm going to go ahead and create that route, which is right here, create the route to the application. So I don't have to worry about the ingress anymore. I just create it and I go ahead and click create. Now, while that's going, and it's going to take a minute or two to make it happen, I'm cognizant of time here. We'll keep an eye on over here. As you can see, the build's already started. But I'm going to go ahead and flip back over to my repo real quick because cool, pulling something off the random internet to run it, whoop-de-doo, right? What the really neat part is it already built inside of OpenShift are webhooks, or to be able to talk to webhooks. So as you see here on GitHub, I went into settings hooks. I have webhooks. I have nothing up my sleeves. I have no new webhooks or anything, but I'm going to go ahead and create one right here. And what I'm going to do is while this is running, while it's still running, I'm going to come over to the build config, builds, right here, build. And then already down here, they already have built-in webhooks, as you can see right here. And I can just copy this URL right now, come over to my webhook, paste that in, turn it over to JSON. And then I'm just going to send me everything to make on the safe side. I'm going to add that webhook. I'm going to bring that back up here. And recent deliveries. As you can see, it already knows about it. So in this time, I've already just hooked up GitHub to OpenShift. Now, of course, there's a lot more stuff around this, but now I can make changes to this repository to make things change over here. But before we even do that, let's make sure that this is working how we want it to. So as we see here, we are still building. And as you see this route right here, copy link. Jason, if you wouldn't mind throwing that link that I put into the chat into the Discord. So if anyone wants to click on it, you're more than welcome to. This is live. This is really happening right now. As you can see, the build is complete. And we push the image up into the local registry. There's a local registry built inside of OpenShift, which is pretty cool. It's creating the container. You can absolutely push this up to a remote if you want, if you so choose. But there we go. So then I'll go ahead and click on that exact same link. And this is the most amazing app ever. Awesome. So I've gone ahead and deployed an app that easily. But let's take it to the next level. So I like to make things break when I'm doing demos. So I'm going to go ahead and go in here. I'm going to go ahead and edit this. I know I'm going to be bad. I'm going to edit on the actual GitHub. I'm sorry. This is the worst amazing app ever. Speaking at Pyjamas. Sure. Sound good? Sound good to me. Okay. I'm going to be bad. I'm going to commit to master. I know I need to change it to main. I'm really bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead and go there. It just committed here. So I'm going to come over here. Hey, wait a second. That webhook was already hooked up. So it's already kicked off a build. It's already, as soon as I made that change to push it to master, it kicked off that change. And now that same application right here is rebuilding. As you see, you can keep hitting this over and over and over again. It's smart enough to let it build in the background. And then if we can catch it just in time, don't make a liar out of me here. Maybe. Come on. We can even go take a look at the logs real quick. See where we are. Here we go. Things are actually happening. Just thinking about it. Come on. Got 6 minutes. Come on. There we go. It's installing stuff. Rebuilding. Step 10. It's actually pushing. There we go. It's pushing the blob up. So then we should be able to see and watch this little pod section real quick. You can have liveliness checks and readiness checks inside of it too. So when you see how quickly it flips, there we go. Container creating. As you watch here, there's one pending. So you can actually set it up to make sure it's ready. And then now, gotta love waiting for computers. Oops. Container creating. Container creating. Hey, there we go. So it just went ahead and, because I don't have any liveness checks, it went ahead and did it. And if we come back over here, refresh, the worst amazing app ever. Speaking of Pyjamas. Wow, I can't say that. And that's it. So think about that just for a second and take that in for a moment. What have I done? I pulled a random thing off the internet into OpenShift. I hooked it up through basically the GUI. I deployed it. While that was happening, I made GitHub take a webhook from my OpenShift cluster, hooked it up. When it was done building, it was already up and running. I went ahead and made a change the wrong way to do it, of course. Never commit directly to main or master. And made that change, pushed it. It saw that the change happened, took down the new code, rebuilt the container, and then pushed it out for me. All within 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Let's go with 15. You've got to admit, if I can do that under this level of pressure too, imagine what you could do if you sat down and built a real pipeline around this. You can have like legitimate CI and CD built in already there to be able to roll out portions of your application in an intelligent, safe manner so you can start getting the velocity that you need as a developer. You don't need to worry about all the stuff. Like, it's good to know all the different pieces and all, but as a developer, OpenShift gives you that interface to be able to do this work, which is, I don't know, I feel pretty cool. If you don't mind flipping back to the screen here, I'm going to go back to my slides real fast. Share. And that's all I got. Please, if I can ever help in the future, JJ Asghar on Twitter, or seriously, awesome@ibm.com. My job is to make your life better. So all you got to do is ask. Thank you.
Thank you, JJ. Thank you so much. So I'm not scared of Kubernetes anymore. So thank you.
Awesome. That was the goal. That's the goal.
So hey, if anyone has any questions while they're watching here, you can put the questions right into the YouTube chat or into the general channel on our Discord, and I can relay them. So it's kind of fun hearing this talk too, because at the moment I'm a canonical man, so I work the Ubuntu side of this cloud world.
Mini Kate or Kate? Which one is it? Mini Q? No, mini micro crates.
Micro Kates. Yeah. I don't actually work in that department. I work on the part that ships the images, but it's like this is like in kind of in that realm. So it's fun to I
use microcates in my CI environment for a really long time, and then I went back to Kind, which is the generic Docker one. If you didn't know, which is if you ever want to play with Kubernetes, Kind is actually a really great way to do it, because most people know what Docker is, and then pulling Kind in to get a Kubernetes cluster, be able to play it in an ephemeral way, allows you to gain confidence in it.
Apparently our voices are doubling. I just got a notification about that. So sorry to anyone on the stream who's hearing that. Hold on. JJ, would you mind muting for a sec?
Sure.
And then I'm just trying just me. We've got someone helping debug remotely here too. Yeah, I don't know what's going on that we have the doubling audio here. Everyone else is muted. We're going to work on fixing that. So we've got a few minutes before the next talk. We're going to work on fixing that. If you want to talk more to JJ, check him out in Discord. And I'm going to go kick the tires on this puppy. So we'll see you in a few.
Okay, and as you've seen, we fixed the technical issues by just exchanging the host. But that was planned anyway, because Jason is having his well-deserved break, while I get to introduce the last talk of this block, as that's a pre-recorded one. And we've seen so many fun things over the day, like from Django to Fast API. We also heard about Postgres, and here we have another database. We have a talk about MongoDB and Python and why they are the perfect match. And I get a chat in there that we have double sound. If anybody is watching on the YouTube, just type in if you can hear the voices twice, because here for me it sounds pretty okay. So if I see no comments on that, I see that Joel, who is the speaker of the, I think he's the speaker of the next talk, is in the chat, and he's going to be around to answer questions about that topic. So we'll find out if there is any questions and see that after the talk. And Joel also was nice enough to tell us in the chat that he doesn't have any double audio issues, so they might be somewhere else. So without waiting any further, I'm just going to start the talk about MongoDB and see you on the other side of this. Hopefully. If the technical things work. Oops, try again.
Hello everyone and welcome to this session, MongoDB and Python, a perfect match. Today in this session, I'm going to talk a little bit about those things. I'm going to cover a little bit about what is MongoDB, how does it compare with traditional relational databases, and then I'm going to slowly talk about why you should use it with Python and how to use it with Python. So I'll show you a couple of examples, just CRUD operations on a database. Nothing too fancy here, but you know, we'll do the basics, and you'll kind of understand why they actually, it makes a lot of sense to use both MongoDB and Python together. So before I get started, let me introduce myself. So hi, my name is Joel. I work as a developer advocate for MongoDB. As a matter of fact, I am from lovely Ottawa, Canada. Technically, I'm on the French side of Canada. So that's the small, charming French-Canadian accent you might have noticed there. If you ever want to get in touch with me, Twitter is always the best way to get in touch with me. My Twitter handle is at the bottom of most of my slides, so you'll see it there. That's Joel__Lord. There's 2 underscores there. It's like the worst Twitter handle ever, but hey, whatever works, right? So let's get right started with our topic today. Let's jump right into it and talk about what is MongoDB. So you've probably heard about MongoDB by now. It's been around for a couple of years, but it's a lot more than what you might think. It started off as a database, but it grew to be a full data platform. So a full platform to manage everything that has to do with your data. There's also a great cloud offering that you can use. There's a free tier. That's actually the one that I'm going to use for my examples here. It's a general purpose document database, so really you can use it for pretty much anything. You can use it as just your traditional database. You can use it as a kind of like a GraphQL interface. You can use it for pretty much whatever you want. It's really a general purpose, and it's a document database. So it differs a little bit from your traditional tables and records that you would have in a SQL database. As a matter of fact, it's often referred to as a NoSQL database. NoSQL, huh? So what does that mean? Well, first of all, does it mean that there's no SQL whatsoever? It means not only SQL. But let's just take a look at what are the main differences. And let's talk a little bit about the vocabulary that you will hear during this presentation. So when we look at a traditional database, you've got, well, a database. And it's the same thing with a NoSQL database or a document database. Really, it's a place where you will store some information. So it's the exact same concept. It's just used a little bit differently. When we look at tables in your traditional SQL database, again, they map to what are called in MongoDB collections. So a collection is a group of different records that will represent the information. As a matter of fact, I said records, but in MongoDB, we'll talk about documents. So each entry inside of our collection is a document. And so far, they pretty much map one-to-one. They're very similar. But where it really changes is with relationships. And that's the one thing when we think about relational databases, that's where it really differs from NoSQL databases. In a NoSQL database or a document database, you probably don't need relationships. I mean, you can still have some, but you most likely won't need them. And what is that? Wait, what? No relationships? I know. It took me a while to actually get a good grasp of that concept. So let's take a look at a traditional database and how it stores information. So today I'm going to talk about a lot of my favorite things. I'm going to talk about MongoDB. I'm going to talk about Python, and I'm going to talk about beer a little bit. So one of my favorite things, one of the things that I started doing during the whole pandemic, right, is to make my own beer. So I decided to put all of my recipes publicly available on my website, and to do that, I decided to use a database. So that was relatively easy, right? I decided to store my first beer in there. So narcoleptic, it's a NEPA. It has an ABV of 6.2. And it is currently available. It's on tap. So if you're around, you can have one. Now, if I decide to add another one that works well, I can just continue and add more and more of those different records. But where it starts to break down is that, well, if I don't have all the information, I'm starting to add some fields which have null values. And if I want to add more fields, then I'll probably need to add a bunch of null values. But still, that's not a big deal. So once I had this, I decided to, and let's just actually take a look at what a collection would look like. Well, a collection is, it's an array. It's an array of objects that you have. And in this case, well, we start off with a blank array. And you can see that there's no name of the fields because pretty much we can put in whatever we want in there. So I'll start by adding, and you can see the full collection on the right. So I'll start by adding my first beer, and it looks very similar. You can see that I have a bunch of strings. ABV is actually a long or a floating point number that is true. There's the is tab that is a boolean, so we can add different types of data or different types, basically. So I'm able to add my second entry, which is exactly the same as previously. So you can see on that collection that it was added. So my collection is getting larger and larger and larger. And I can add a third one, but take a look here at this specific entry. There's a field missing, but you know what? It doesn't matter, because really we have a flexible schema here where we can put in, well, you can enforce schemas if you want to, but if you don't need to, well, you can put in just different kinds of data in here. And that can be very convenient if you want to evolve the schema of your data as time goes by. And that's actually one of the things that I wanted to do with my database. I wanted to add the recipes. So to make the recipes available publicly, I needed to add one. So I knew that I was gonna change that a little bit. So I decided to make just a one-to-one relationship, keep my recipes in their different table. And I just wrote the whole recipe there. Very simple, just in a very agile way, right? Just starting with the most basic things. And this is what it looked like, what it would look like in a collection. So I would just add an extra field for those that have a recipe. Just, add a recipe with the string. But where it starts to break down is when I decide to go a little bit deeper with my recipes and explain all of the different ingredients for my beer. Now I needed this additional table that would contain all the different grains, because I can't add a single column for each one of the different grains that I'm going to add. Some recipes have a lot of them. So I needed to add an additional table that would map back to my recipe and that would list all of the different ingredients. Now, here's where it gets really, really useful to use document databases. In this case, as you can see, I have a new field called grains, and in there I have an array of the different ingredients or all the different grains that I'm using inside of that database, inside of that beer recipe, sorry. So you can see that it makes a lot more sense, and it's all self-contained, so I don't need that relationship anymore. I don't need to put a relationship between my recipes and my list of grains. I can actually contain everything. And it gets even more complex when I decide to add some hops, and I decide to create those many-to-many tables, and or to complexify the recipe a little bit, and adding all the different properties and breaking down all the numbers, and there's a lot of different things that you can do. And quickly, my very simple website looked a little bit like this. Like, it had all of those tables to have all of those different objects and many-to-many relationships just to build that single object that I would need. And then I needed to query all of those tables to get my single beer recipe. And that's a lot of different tables that you've got to query to. Of course, my website doesn't have a lot of traffic, so it's not that bad. But still, if we look at what it would look like inside of a single document, well, this is what it looks like. So basically, I have one single object that has all the different properties, all the different grains, all the different hops that I'm adding. All of them are there. At the end of this presentation, I'll actually share my code examples, and you'll get the original recipe for our narcoleptic NEPA. So really, it's all about storing data that should be accessed together, store it all together. And that's where it becomes really, really powerful. So that's one of the things that my colleague Lauren Schaefer says all the time. So data accessed together should be stored together. And that's very important. And it makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because when you query that single object, you get all the information that you need. So why should you use MongoDB with Python? Well, this is why. Look at that. I've got my MongoDB object on one side, the information that is stored in my database. When I extract it from my database, this is what it looks like. Of course, it could be a little bit more complex. It could have embedded objects. It could have embedded arrays, and so on and so on. But that's the most simple case, and that's what it looks like. Let's take a look at what it looks like in Python. Well, there you have it. Exactly the same thing. So the data format is exactly the same. And when you're going to use that information and send it back with your API, for example, that you wrote with Python, you'll actually be sending that whole object. So it makes sense to store everything together so you can send it all at once. So, all right, so you might be thinking, well, a database that saves JSON objects, big deal, just put that in a text field in your SQL database. That doesn't matter. Well, it does matter. It does matter. Actually, it matters a lot. If you want to query, and there are more and more databases, relational databases that will let you use JSON objects and JSON fields. But still, really, MongoDB is built with that in mind. That's the reason for it to be. And it actually stores all of the data in a BSON format, which is a binary JSON, which is much more efficient, enables you to have different types, a lot more than your traditional JSON objects as well. So really, MongoDB will do a lot of work behind the scenes to store everything in a very efficient way that is blazing fast and makes it easy for you to use, and makes it really easy for you to convert that information directly into dictionaries that you can use in Python. So using MongoDB in Python, what does that look like? Well, let's take a quick look at a example, and we'll take that same application and we'll just look through the CRUD operations that we would need to build this application. So the first thing that you'll need to do is install your dependencies. So you'll need to use pip to install PyMongo, which is the MongoDB driver that you can use. And you will need DNS Python if you want to access clusters that are in the cloud. So it needs that additional library only when you're dealing with clusters. But if you're using the cloud offering, then you should definitely install that library. It will make your life easier. Now, to connect to a database, you will need, and in here I've defined a function where I just get my database. So I'll simply return my beers database. So start by importing the Mongo client, import the PyMongo object, and then specify your connection string. Of course, that's not my real connection string. Don't worry about it. And then from there, you can import your client and just define your Mongo client with your connection string. That's it. You're connected. Then return your client and specify the database that you want to access with it. And you have it. You have access to your database. You can just reuse that return object to access any data inside of your database. So if you want to create a document, now that you have that, in here I have my insert beer function. I'll just get that database object, and then I will use the beers collection. Not to be confused with the beer database here. Yes, naming is hard, right? So I've used the same name for both my database and my collection. But still it works. So in my database, for the beers collection, insert one object and just insert my beer. So one of the different beer objects that I have here, that I have defined previously. And then return that result. That will return you the index of the created object. If you haven't specified an index by default, it would automatically create one for you. If you want to read a document, very similar. So in here, I'm defining my function get beer. So I get my database.beers for my beers collection. Find one, and you specify the criteria that you want to search for. In this case, I'm looking by ID, so that makes it a lot more easier, and that's the ID that was passed as a parameter to my function. And then I simply return that object. If I want to get all the beers, well, I can once again get my database and use beers.find, and that will return me an array of all the beers that I have inside of my collection, and I can just iterate through them afterwards. If you need to update a document, specify the ID and the new object. Once again, get your database, db.beers.update1, because we only want to update one. We could update many if you wanted to. Specify the criteria, and then the fields that need to be set using the set operator. To delete one object, Very similar once again, delete one or delete many, depending on what you want to do. And specify the criteria to delete. Because I'm using the ID here, it makes sense to use delete one. And that's it. That's it. We've talked about what is MongoDB, how it differentiates from your traditional databases. Why should you use MongoDB and Python together? And that makes a lot of sense, as you've seen, right? Because they really map very closely one to the other. So you can extract that information from your database and use it directly. No need to build large queries. No need to make all of those relationships, all those joins, and all trying to extract all that information from all the different tables. You can just store that information as a Python object right into your database and then just extract that and use it right away. So it makes a lot of sense and it works very well. And finally, you can also use MongoDB with Python very easily. You've seen the examples. Of course, those are all very simple examples, but you can go with much more complex examples if you'd like. You can start doing your aggregation functions, such as counts and things like that. And it's still, the syntax is very, very similar, very intuitive to use as well. So that's all I had. So thank you very much for attending this presentation. I hope you've learned a thing or two during this presentation. If you ever have any questions, reach out to me on Twitter, Joel__Lord, as you can see right there on the screen. And I have the actual code samples that are available to you, along with the recipe for my beer, all available at easyurl2/mongodb-python. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this talk. I think we should take the discussion over to Discord, or just as this is the last talk for this session, well, as you suggested, maybe I'll just tweet something or get in contact to you some other way. I think it was a very good advertisement for use cases that you might have in your Python programming that could fit MongoDB real well. And I think it's worth looking at it and finding out if that's something that could solve your problems as well. I can see that everybody else is at the moment already getting ready for our next technical break. And so just a reminder that you can follow the rest of the schedule on the Pyjamas webpage. That is on, what's the link again? Pyjamas.live. There you also find the links for all the other things like the Discord and the still ongoing opportunity to become a Lightning Talk speaker or to win one of the few books on Pact. And I can just see that Jok came back. Jok, do you want to come on the stage and say something? Hey.
Hello, sorry, I just ate some ice cream, by the way.
Oh well, you're famous for your ice cream runs, and maybe we should actually do next year. We'll do a Pyjamas ice cream run because I could run over to my freezer and get one as well.
Yeah, I did ran out, so I did get some takeaway from the bag.
Oh wow, you got outside ice cream.
Yeah, I went out in the afternoon when you were hosting, so I ran.
Right.
Yes, I ran to there was a place near if you are based in UK or London. There's a place called Angel. They have an ice cream shop that is amazing. I go there all the time, and then I buy a tub of ice cream takeaway, and then I just eat some.
That's very clever. Now I have got a big freezer at home, and I usually have a tub of good ice cream there. And what I do is I have something like a meat slicer where I can use the pot of ice cream and then just slice through the pot so that I get like round pieces of ice cream that I can eat.
But you have to put it out first, so it's the top, so you have to
because then you take what you do is you take the top off, you slice off a piece of ice cream, and then you put the top back on, which is a bit too large now, but it works. And that's a very clever way to get this frozen ice cream, because if you buy these big things, they're normally so frozen that you just can't eat it. But that's how I get my ice cream quickly.
You have your spoon to spoon it out. Isn't that like the standard way to do
Yeah,
it?
you can have like a spoon and you can bend it and it breaks. Yeah. Well.
Well, I mean,
So how did we get to that topic? There's Jason also again, but he's still getting dressed, so he doesn't want to turn the camera on, of course.
Yeah, but like
but
I have a blowtorch in the kitchen, so if it's too frozen, I can.
oh yeah, well I think somebody could also just microwave the thing for 30 seconds, and that would work as well. But
I think question of the day, like
yeah, that's actually you can win some books here if you join the Discord, and we accept as a question like, what's your favorite ice cream?
Yeah, like I don't know, like that's why normally in my freezer you can find a lot of Magnum because they are like a popsicle kind of thing.
Oh, you have like the mini Magnums, or do you have like the proper sized?
So I don't have a problem because like when I eat a tub, usually I would just finish the whole tub, which is horrible. I was just like struggling to scoop them out, so I was just like, oh fuck it, I'll just hold the whole thing and scoop, and then until I finish the whole thing, right? So yeah, that's why Magnum is good, like portioned.
And there's Jason. Hey.
Yeah, I'm hearing this ice cream conversation. Just wanted to pop in, but I will not appear in public without a belt.
How's your opinion on ice cream then?
My opinion on ice cream, gosh, like, here it is on the record. Yeah, you know what? My favorite is blueberry cheesecake, which is a really painfully hard flavor to find.
Okay, what's the flavor again?
Blueberry cheesecake.
That's
blueberry cheesecake.
Good.
Okay.
Ice cream, the flavor that I just ate is raspberry cheesecake.
Oh, well, raspberry cheesecake works too. Berry cheesecake is kind of the cheesecake component is what works there.
Okay.
There's a crust in there, and you get the cream cheese and.
I'm more after these vanilla ice creams, like with a really creamy vanilla and a little bit of chocolate on top. So that's really nice.
Yeah.
The other one I like is maple pecan when I can find it, like the maple nut ice cream.
Ooh.
Okay.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, we should skip that technical break and talk about ice creams. That would totally be fun.
Well, unfortunately, doing that would just make me hungry, and then I would have to figure out how to eat during talks.
Yeah. But like for next year, we should really do this because like on EuroPython, they did a beer tasting social event, and we could have like an ice cream tasting. Everybody gets some local ice cream, and then you would eat them. I think there's like food bloggers who do this for a living.
Yeah. I try to convince my partner to allow me to buy an ice cream maker because now I have a legitimate reason. I can be like, hey, I need to make this ice cream event, so may I buy an ice cream maker?
No, it's totally valid. You can just say, hey, it'll save us money in the long run.
Yeah,
it will.
Yeah, it depends. How noisy is that thing when you operate it?
Not terribly. Not really that loud.
Turn the ice cream and cool it. It's like a machine that turns in a cold kind of bowl. Instead of ice bowl, you have the machine to cool it. It may not be the most energy efficient, but it's I believe that you can make tasty ice cream with it.
Well, or if you want some exercise, you can there's actually a way to do it with how does it, a water balloon, but it's like something like this container that you just throw back and forth for about an hour.
No.
Yeah. Well,
Chuk can go jogging with it because Chuk does that jogging. So like you could just like kind of strap the ice cream onto your back and then just go running, and then when you come home, you got ice cream.
Now it's fine. Like when London get to like -1 occasionally, maybe we can do that. Yes.
So
you put the ice on the outside. So
well, if it's -1, it's fine. The worry is your freezer, man.
Like, at the moment, it's getting colder here. Yeah, so that's actually technically possible. Hold on, I'll just put this one on. Let's see if this works. So like everybody who's joining us now and wondering what's going on here, what are they doing? We're wasting some time because we are on the technical break time. There's a reason for that because all the talks you've seen today will be available for later viewing, and to make sure that we can actually capture them, we have to stop the stream every 6 hours or so and then start it again, otherwise we'll lose some talks. So that's the secret behind our little technical breaks that we have.
And we have to take a break sometime. I mean, our awesomeness can't continue unabated. We have to recharge.
Yeah, like what other conference is doing a 24-hour stream of talks?
The thought just randomly occurred to me. Some year we need to see if we can get a sponsor to back us on this. We need to have Pyjamas bobbleheads of us. I mean, that would
Oh, that.
give away some pajamas bubble.
Oh, you mean like with the black eyes? What are these things called again? Pop things, right? No, bobbleheads. Oh yeah, those ones. Yeah.
But yeah, it would be fun to have the bobbleheads. Chuk and Martin and Jason and
well, I do have a solar powered Wallace and Gromit, which shake all the time, which are awesome. And I think I have enough of these figurines in my house then.
Yeah, quite possibly. We'll fire up a 3D printer. We give it away as a prize.
Oh yeah, you could actually win that.
Yeah, that would be a fun prize to give away as bobbleheads of the Pyjamas hosts.
Yeah, although we did have fun things to give away last year. Like for example, we had these cool laptop stickers, and I am afraid that we might get something like that again. So that would be nice.
Well,
I'm wearing my
are you
socks
foreshadowing?
Ah, you're wearing the socks. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it doesn't fit me. It's a little bit too big. I have really small feet, so
You need to eat more ice cream.
yeah, maybe that would help. I think.
It gives you
Maybe I
Yeti
wear it
feet.
on top of my orange, like my other socks, then it would get perfect.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm gonna go find some food before this next set of talks.
Ice cream. Yeah, ice cream.
You'll have to. Well, unlike you, I live in the land of chocolate. So once I log off, I could just go to my chocolate supply and grab some. Or like Joel would like that, I would probably just grab a German beer because I think he might enjoy that as well.
And of course, this is a running joke that you're also a candy smuggler, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not drinking alcohol tonight, but maybe I'll have a hot chocolate later. I made an amazing small chocolate yesterday. I can post a picture if people are curious, but I may make another one tonight later.
So are you going to have the one with caffeine? Because I think you're doing the late shift, aren't you? Aren't you coming up early in the morning?
Depends on what you look at it. It's morning shift.
Yeah. No,
I'm so curious about this. I'm tempted to set an alarm clock to see Miroslav doing his counting sheep thing because
You may fall asleep.
he's doing that live, and he must be in Germany.
Yeah,
I've
got some. I've got some
see.
plans
You
for
may
this
be
late
surprised,
shift,
you
so
know.
I've got.
I
some,
love your glasses.
Thank you. I got some
So,
plans. So tune in for whatever craziness we're gonna pull off here.
Okay, so this was so much fun over the day today, and I'm really surprised at the different topics we got and all this kind of variety. So that was very good. So we have no excuse.
Slept through the whole thing. So they were.
I'm sorry?
I'm surprised my dog slept through the whole thing. You can hear them. They're immortalized now on
Well,
YouTube. You can
yeah,
hear
the
them playing in your room.
cuties.
Yeah.
I found them like they are like Easter eggs when they pop up. I'll be like, oh my god.
Yeah, you never know when they're going to show up. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Muzzle right on my. It's fine. Blue will just come over and he'll stick his muzzle underneath my arm and pick it up. Like, no, stop working now, pet me. Anyway, so all right. See you guys on.
Okay, I think that closes the social event. So thanks a lot for that.
We'll continue in the next stream. Come on, join me in the next stream. Okay, see you in a bit.
And I'll watch the next block on replay because it will be after midnight here at some point. But I know that you're there in the morning, so I hope that when I get up that I'll catch you for the end.
All right.
Okay, so it was so much fun, and also thanks for everybody watching. I hope you're enjoying this as much as we do.
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya.